Thank God my dog wakes me up when I stop reading. Yeah. Okay, I also need to
Anyways, good luck today. Minnie's up there. Yeah, I shook his hand real quick.
Chair. Chair.
Excited for you.
No, not yet. Hope to be someday.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome you to this morning's Board of Supervisors meeting. Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session, excuse me. Okay, I'll speak up, thank you. We're going to start this morning with an invocation by Supervisor Moss, followed by Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Please join me in prayer. Lord, we thank you and praise you for this great nation that you've given us, Lord. We thank you for our founding fathers that threw off a king to give us the opportunity to govern ourselves in this experiment in self-government, Lord. Watch over our employees. Many of them have dangerous jobs, Lord. Bring them home safely to the loving arms of their family. Give us wisdom and guide us, Lord. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, A, 3, 4, and 7. Looking for a motion to call for an executive session to be held June 19th, 2023 at 9 a.m. for discussion and consultation with legal counsel in accordance with ARS 38-431.03, A, 3, 4, and 7 to discuss items noticed on the agenda with an asterisk. Do I have a motion?
Second.
For that motion and second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? You guys appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Official business to come before the board. Discussion of pending or contemplated litigation claims or demands. Attorney Esplin?
Nothing to report to the board, thank you.
Thank you. Committee and legislative reports. Supervisor Bishop?
Thank you. I did attend the WIR conference in St. George last month, and during that conference, we had some very in-depth discussions about the National Center for Public Lands Committee. We discussed how to deal with solar and wind projects and the ongoing threat of wildfires, since we're still in the midst of this drought. The newly elected officers for the organization, our immediate past president is Daniel Joyce. President is John Ebsey. First vice president was Wesley McCart, and the newly elected second vice president, Mr. John Peters from California. Once I got back, while I was there, I attended the BLM virtual meeting about the solar farm variance request. And then once I got back, I had a meeting with the Kingman Field director, Amanda Dobson, about the solar farm variance requests. And we'll talk about that more later. And then, of course, I attended the regular County Supervisors Association Executive Board meeting and followed up with the Board of Directors meeting. And other than that, just doing a whole lot of research and meetings and community events. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Angus?
Nothing this morning.
Thank you. Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also attended the BLM public meeting on the 3 solar projects online. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Johnson?
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just a few updates. Everybody that's following the water news has seen that the lower basin states of California, Arizona, and Nevada have introduced a third alternative to the Department of Interior Bureau of Reclamation under their supplemental environmental impact statement. That being the case, the federal government has paused the public comment period on that supplemental environmental impact statement process to allow the federal government to run environmental analysis on that 3-state alternative. The upper 4 basin states, it's important to note, have not endorsed that plan, but they are glad that it was submitted. Some details on that plan for those that are paying attention following. California would be responsible for saving 1.6 million acre feet of the proposed 3 million acre feet of savings of Colorado River water through 2026. The rest of those savings would come from Arizona, which would have to conserve 1.1 million acre feet, and the state of Nevada, who would have to conserve 285,000 acre feet of water through 2026. And that's to get the basin states through the 2026 deadline, where they're going to have to renegotiate how a smaller Colorado River is divvied up amongst the 7 basin states. During that time, the federal government will spend $1.2 billion, or would spend $1.2 billion from their Inflation Reduction Act for conservation projects in the 3 lower basin states, such as lining irrigation ditches and compensating farmers for fallowing their crops. Mojave County has a comment letter ready to go. So as we understand how the process has changed, the federal government will be running their analysis on that third alternative. Then they will be republishing the draft SEIS and reopening up a new public comment period, at which time Mojave County will submit its letter of public comments, and I believe also the Mojave County Water Authority is going to be submitting comments as well in support of our rural Colorado River communities, who in many instances solely depend upon their Colorado River water to live and to grow. Also last week, the governor and the Arizona Department of Water Resources Director Bishatsky had a pretty profound press conference on Thursday, where they announced a new groundwater model that said not only are they short 4.4 million acre feet of water in the West Valley, Buckeye, Apache Junction, that area, but they're also in Queen Creek area, portions of Pinal County. They're extremely short as well. And so they have basically put a moratorium. They're not going to allow any more growth in the outskirts of the far west or the far east, Phoenix Valley, unless they can prove that they have a 100-year assured water supply that doesn't depend on the groundwater down there. How that affects us, everybody knows that we're currently in a lawsuit with our sister counties, La Paz and Yuma, the cities, against the Greenstone, which is a hedge fund from the East Coast, who's partnered up with the town of Queen Creek to transfer over 2,000 acre feet to their city. So if anything, we're even more in the crosshairs, because developers in those areas down there are going to be looking for assured water supply. So hopefully, myself and others that I work with, we're going to be obviously advocating that they look at Colorado River Indian tribes. They had some legislation, water legislation, that was passed in December of 2022. I think that allows the tribes to lease out to other jurisdictions up to 150,000 acre feet of water. Also the Gila River, they have leases that they could do. Something else that those cities could do, which we haven't really heard about too much with SRP, is the state and SRP could partner with those bordering cities to raise Bartlett Dam and get some water from an increased Bartlett Dam, because Bartlett Dam's over capacity right now. So we're going to continue to work hard to defend and guard our forever water here on the river, because once it's gone forever, and there really is not a lot of other options out there. We don't have canal system for our river communities. We don't have groundwater basins for our river communities. So the fight will continue. And last but not least, I went back on May 24th, was invited back to be one of 4 to testify at the U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Natural Resources. They had a subcommittee on oversight and investigations. They had a hearing called Examining the Biden Administration's Efforts to Limit Access to Our Public Lands. They're looking at a 19th national monument over, what's the land? So over 1.1 million acres permanently designated as a national monument. Coverage within Mojave County District 1 alone is 445,159 acres. Land currently managed by the BLM comprises almost 90%. Arizona State Trust land within the proposed boundaries comprises 41,090 acres, or just about 9%. And according to maps produced by Mojave County's Development Services staff, the proposed monument also includes privately held land at 12,133 acres. I know Supervisor Johnson has been working on preventing locking up our natural resources for many years, and I applaud him for that. The state of Arizona right now is almost 50% managed by the federal government, and within Mojave County, it's worse. Mojave County, we only have 10% privately owned land. So the state of Arizona and the county of Mojave, we just simply can't afford to lose any more property to the federal government. So we're going to continue to fight that. And last but not least, for those of you that live in the Kingman area, the Department of Water Resources will be holding a public meeting on the Wallapai Valley INA. It's going to consist of a 30-minute information session about the new INA, and then ADWR staff will be on site to answer any questions that people have. The date of that meeting is June 7th, 2023, from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. The location, Kingman Regional Medical Center in the Mojave Conference Room. The address is 3269 Stockton Hill Road here in Kingman. We don't have a lobbyist report this morning. County Manager's report. Manager Elters.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. I had one item related to the supplemental EIS by the Bureau of Reclamation. I think you covered it well in your comment, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted the board to know that subsequent to the agreement that you spoke of and on advice from council, staff did not submit the comments that the board had seen and approved because that was moot. So we will continue to monitor the Bureau of Reclamation activities and keep the board in the loop. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Elters. We'll move to the call to the public. First up is Mr. Ken Works.
Ken Works, Yucca, Arizona. About 6 years ago, there was an issue presented to the board about easements. People had been using a road for a long time, and an absentee owner came in and blocked off the road. And Ryan Esplin, Deputy County Attorney, informed the board that there's no law against that. And that was quite a while ago, and by then we should have had legislation. And I'm here to ask that we push for legislation on easement issues. We've got an issue out in where I live now where a guy came down from Alaska and blocked off a road we've been using for 20 years, Fireside Road. And it caused a dangerous situation there, along with the flooding and everything that was going on at the time. He was rejiggering the road, and people were getting stuck out there and stranded. But we need legislation concerning easements. 7 years is long enough. When people have been using a road for 7 years, or any kind of access whatsoever for 7 years, it needs to be public access at that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Chris Rodarte.
Chris Rodarte, Mojave County taxpayer. As you all know, I stand before you at most meetings trying to bring home the importance of saving our republic, yet my words fail. Today I'm compelled to read portions of Patrick Henry's famous speech before the Second Virginia Convention on March 23, 1775, in which he proposed to organize volunteer infantries in every Virginia county in opposition to the British onslaught. I believe today, June 5th, 2023, We Americans, we citizens of Mojave County, stand on the verge of losing our precious republic. To that end, we must be reminded of the zeal, fervor, and determination ingrained in the hearts of our founders. The speech is too long to squeeze into my allotted 3 minutes, so I will recite significant portions. When you have time, I recommend reading the entire speech. It is riveting. Mr. President, this is no time for ceremony. The question before the House is one of awful moment to this country. For my own part, I consider it as nothing less than a question of freedom or slavery, and in proportion to the magnitude of the subject ought to be the freedom of the debate. It is only in this way that we can hope to arrive at truth and fulfill the great responsibility which we hold to God and to our country. Should I keep back my opinions at such a time through fear of giving offense, I should consider myself as guilty of treason towards my country and of an act of disloyalty toward the majesty of heaven, which I revere above all earthly kings. Mr. President, it is natural to man to indulge in the illusions of hope. We are apt to shut our eyes against a painful truth and listen to the song of that siren till she transforms us into beasts. Is this the part of wise men engaged in a great and arduous struggle for liberty? Are we disposed to be of the number of those who, having eyes, see not, and having ears, hear not, the things which so nearly concern their temporal salvation? For my part, whatever anguish of spirit it may cost, I am willing to know the whole truth, to know the worst, and to provide for it. Gentlemen may cry, peace, peace, but there is no peace. The war has actually begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? What does that gentleman wish? What would they have? Is life so dear or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Wayne Hollins.
Wayne Hollins, Golden Valley. A lot of stuff going on in the news with the water and all that stuff still. And last year we was able to get an INA because we could not recharge 30,000 acre feet in the Wallapai Basin. But yet if we get just an inch of rain, that's 97,000 acre feet. If we get 5 inches of rain, like your manual suggests we might, that's 485,000 acre feet. Now down in Phoenix and stuff, they're not letting you build new construction unless you have the guaranteed water rights and water availability, both in the ground and surface water now. So we have all that water. We're not doing anything with it to retain it on the surface. We're not able to get it into the ground. It's just running off and tearing up the roads and washes. So my question is, why don't we do something? We can do swells, we can do One Rock Dam, we can do all that stuff. Keyline ponds. We can do things to use that water instead of just letting it run off and go to waste. Because when water passes the place that needs it, it becomes wastewater to them. So if water's a priority and so important, I can't figure out why we still can't do anything. We're not making the builders install gray water systems and rain harvesting systems in the new construction. Are we waiting on what? I don't know. So I bought this book here. Has to do with
how to get the water into the ground, and especially when you're doing construction and stuff like that. I bought this, and I've read it several times, and I've bought a copy for this place that hasn't got here yet, so I'm going to donate this to you. I don't know, we haven't read this one yet, but this one's a lot shorter. Maybe we can get you to read it and take heed to some of the ideas in there. Not all obviously may apply, but I'm sure there's some. So instead of talking, let's go do something. Let's actually do something. Where's the incentive to save the water? We want to punish the people by charging more for the water, but what's the incentive after they've did that? We don't have any incentive system for them to reward them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Walter Spar?
Thank you. I'm Walter Spar from Lake Havasu City. Previously, I sent information to you folks about the county attorney and the sheriff violating relative statutory provisions and trying to prohibit me from going to the grand jury, which is a constitutional issue. I ask you to, in the letter that I sent to you, I ask you to consider defunding these two departments. I wish to address the issue and state regarding your authority. I expended a significant amount of time searching through the statutes. The statute that identifies your authority is ARS 11251, which has 67 individual mandates. None of them require you to fund anybody. There is, however, under the criminal statute 132314.03, it states, the Board of Supervisors shall establish a county anti-racketeering revolving fund administered by the county attorney. I have not found any law that requires that you fund the county attorney for his daily administrative duties. Therefore, I respectfully submit that you can withdraw or reduce the funding as you deem proper. There's another law, ARS 11251.05A1, that gives the Board of Supervisors authority to make law. The full text is A, the Board of Supervisors may, 1, in the conduct of county business, adopt, amend, or repeal any ordinances necessary or proper to carry out the duties, responsibilities, and functions of the county, which are not otherwise specifically limited by 11251. As a side note, the word proper is what you deem to be proper. No court has the authority to decide what you should have been thinking, whether it was proper or not. Under paragraph 2, you can prescribe punishment by fine of imprisonment or both for the violation of any ordinance that you make. B, ordinance authority under subsection A of this section shall be in addition to and preemptive ordinance, rulemaking, regulatory authority in any board or county. That means you guys are the boss. What this means is you have the authority to stop totalitarianism by making law that will stop the county attorney and the sheriff from denying a citizen access to the grand jury. I think I would be appropriate, as these two departments currently ignore the U.S. Constitution and Arizona statutory law. Before Mr. Smith came along, the previous county attorney published monthly invitations for the citizens to go and testify to the grand jury. The law has not changed. The only change is Mr. Smith is now in charge. There's a whole heck of a lot of other information that I think is valuable. But what it all breaks down to is these people blocked my access to the grand jury. After I was in the grand jury, physically forced me to leave the grand jury room and then blocked me from going in. They violated the Constitution of this nation and the Supreme Court decision, which allows me to go directly to the grand jury.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Philip Robinson?
Morning, y'all. My name's Philip Robinson, Golden Valley. I'm here to talk about GVID again. I think you guys mishandled it. I think you've gone aboard above your duties. It should have went before the voters, and you didn't. You only decided on one individual, and you all voted for it. I recommend every one of you step down immediately. You're nothing but a bogus board of supervisors, and this is enough. Either give it back to the people of Golden Valley, and again, there's no accountability. Your manager over there has blundered again, and there's no right. We need our water, and there's no way to charge us 100% just for a well that the well company blundered. And you guys aren't taking no legal actions whatsoever. Is that because you don't know how to pay your bills? Is that what it is? And that's what I think it is. You don't know how to pay your bills. And I recommend that your county attorney step down immediately, your county manager step down immediately, and him, your roads department manager, step down. You've blundered Golden Valley. You're against the people, we the people, and you don't understand. You don't understand. I'll never vote for none of you, never. And Hilda, you want to be a state senator and you don't want to abide by what the people say? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Don Martin.
I'm gonna give this to Jenny to pass out to you all. Good morning, board. My name's Don Martin. I'm a resident of District 4, and I'm here today for a couple of reasons. But the first thing I'd like to do is I'd like to apologize publicly to Supervisor Jean Bishop. Recently, I had a very angry phone call from her regarding some posts that I had made on the internet, and even, I think, a newspaper article that was published in the Miner. She took umbrance to some statements that I made in there about her maybe attending meetings regarding this solar business. And I, as was passed out to you, these assumptions, if you will, were made because I got an email from Amanda Dotson that said that the county was going to get a private meeting along with the tribal and other stakeholders. I asked who was attending that, because my assumption was, and it was wrong, was that Jean would attend it because that's her district, and that's where two of those three projects were being proposed. I found out later that she did not attend any of those meetings, but it brings up this point. Who did attend those meetings? I've asked BLM Field Supervisor Amanda Dotson 3 times who from Mojave County attended the pre-meeting that predecessed the public meeting that was held. No response. I sent an email to Sam, asked him, no response. To this day, I have no idea who attended that meeting that is alluded to by BLM Field Manager Amanda Dotson on behalf of Mojave County. That's what I wanted to know, because if it was somebody from Mojave County, surely they would report back to you, the Board of Supervisors, about what was being proposed. This was a meeting that was done before the public meeting that I know a number of us attended. And to me, when I asked her, why was this not open to the press? Why was this not open to the public? You're having a meeting, and yet you're going to discuss something that's vitally important to all of us, and yet we're not invited. I'd like to know, and I hope you'll address this today when we discuss that item 55, who in Mojave County attended those
meetings with the BLM and the information that they got from those meetings, was it disseminated to the Board of Supervisors? I think that's a valid question. And like I say, I made an error and I apologize publicly to Supervisor Bishop about that. So like I say, I just want to know who attended that meeting and what was talked about, and was it the same information that was given to us in the public meeting? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Armin Strange.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors. We still have the same problem on Cavalry Road. No road service, holes in the road. On the intersection Camp Mojave, Cavalry Road, and Andrew, there's a 6-inch hole. The cars can't even drive through it. You rip your bumper off. My neighbor just ruined his $4,000 bumper on his Lamborghini just because he couldn't see the hole. And this is getting ridiculous with our roads. And then the other problem we have is, I think Fort Mojave is turning into Squatter Central. What is the county gonna do about it? Everywhere there's an empty property, someone pulls a motorhome and then starts living there. It's unacceptable. You know, we have to pay property taxes, and where's the money going? You know, we should have some support from the county to deal with this. And I think the Board of Supervisors should pass something to get rid of the squatters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thomas Bond.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Thomas Bond. I've just moved my business, which is a Biograph. It is a small production company, to the Golden Valley area. We've been there for about a year, and I'm going to recap a little bit with my limited time what is going on and to fill you folks in on what is going on with us. Some is good and some is some things that need to be addressed that we've had to deal with that is quite disturbing in Golden Valley. First of all, as I said, this month our LLC will be moving in, very small business. We've gotten involved with the community, which is great, Mojave County, and we're getting together a community coalition. Actually, 2 of the members are over there, and we're working with Gina and Tammy to be able to bring in some good economic growth into Golden Valley. This would be just small businesses. We have our little British hamlet that we were talking about to them. Biograph Studios actually bringing in business from Kingman to there to be able to make it a better place, not to make it grow into a strip mall, Walmart, or anything, but to make it, everybody wants it to be like a little Mayberry, that's fine. And with our proposed British village that we want to do, that would really help. We also are working now with the city of Needles, putting together an actual port that is going to be down there on the Colorado River, working with Henry Longbreak. I'm sure everybody knows Henry. And we're working with them too, and they want to work along with Golden Valley to be able to do our British village in Golden Valley, and then down the river actually have a port that goes from, and build one, that goes from Needles all the way down to the London Bridge in Lake Havasu. Everyone's very excited about this. This is something, but I only have 1 minute left. We've had some major problems and harassment in Golden Valley, and I really wanted to address this. I have had animals killed. I must say, my wife, we can't really prove anything, was poisoned, seriously. We've had numbers of social media attacks because of what we're doing, and they said, you kind of people just need to leave. Why don't you just go? Leave us alone. We don't want you here. We're here to stay in Golden Valley, and when I'm challenged, I'm tough like you guys are. I ain't going anywhere. And I want to see Golden Valley and Mojave County get the good, how do I put it? Revenue that it needs, where Arizona needs revenue. We need water reclamation, like Wayne said, and we're here to stay. And we're going to have some other people come up, but I want to thank you and address you what is going on out there, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, sir. Chuck House?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Charles House. I'm in Golden Valley. I was a snowbird, and I decided that I found the place I wanted to land, and that was Golden Valley. I'm also tied up with Thomas Bond. I'm from the motion picture industry. I'm an Emmy award-winning makeup artist. I'm not here to bring that up. My family was all involved in the motion picture industry. One of them is very well known here in Kingman, my uncle Andy Devine. So I have a little bit of skin in the game here, and I'd like to see it, Golden Valley, improve. And part of the growing process is the British Village. The other thing is to bring in small business to make it nicer. Right now, Golden Valley is at a tipping point. It can either become a drug-infested hamlet like San Francisco, or it can become something that is much better and a tourist attraction, which will bring in more revenue, of course, and economic development, which is what we all strive for. That's what my game is. I'm an older man, so I would like to see the final years of my life in a place that is pleasant to live, which you don't have to carry a cannon with you, and you don't have to worry about being assaulted or run into a drunk, or a drunk run into you, whichever way it works. All in all, I just believe that there's a great deal in Golden Valley that can be and should be, and it's not being, no one is looking at it. They're looking the other way. You know, it's like not in my backyard. We love our drug dealers and our crack houses and all this stuff, and prostitutes and everything else. I don't want to live in that kind of environment, and I don't think most of the people in Golden Valley want to live in that. So all I'm asking is give some thought to it, and I hope you all feel as I do that we can make it a better place, a much finer place, and a place that the tourists want to come and see. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Lisa Bond.
Hi, good morning, everybody. By the way, this is in just conjunction with what these guys just said. And the British thing, it's not because of me, okay? That's just a simple idea. It's about Golden Valley again. It's a beautiful location, and I wish everybody could see the potential. You got the I-11, you're in between Laughlin, Bullhead, you got Kingman, but nobody wants to actually look at Golden Valley. It is a bit messed up at the moment. We do have a lot of problems there. A lot of people using substances, but there's a lot of very good people out there. And they want to keep it small, they want to keep their land. But, you know, I would love for Mojave County, not you guys personally, for the county to get their hands out of their pockets. Get down to Golden Valley, take a look, you'll see nothing's there. There's no parks for children. I see a lot of children walking on the roads by themselves, playing in the washes. I see a lot of really good old people. They've got nowhere to go. There's nowhere for old people. And by the time these guys get into their golden years, they need to do something fun. And I think we owe it to them just to have little small businesses, a little bank, a little post office, you know, something where they're not having to get in a car, drive 30 minutes, and then, or either the other way, go enjoy themselves, go to Laughlin, everybody gets drunk, gets in a car,
lo and behold, what happens? A lot of accidents on the highway. And that's not just due to the new arrangements they've put on the road, but that's a lot of traffic going in between. So it'd be lovely if I could get you guys to go down there. You tell me what's exciting in Golden Valley, because there's nothing. And it'd be nice that you listen to all these guys behind me. Again, there's a lot more. I'd love to see more for the older folk. Nice community halls, more activities for them. I think it'd be wonderful. I've got 1 minute left. Pretty much that's it. We're talking about the little British village too. That doesn't mean a big, it's what we're trying to do is have little shops, little communities, nice little cafeteria where families can take the children, sit outside on picnic tables. Could do with a nice little pet dog park, you know, something pretty, something nice. Not just, it's a bit too rough, you know. And the more I go on social media too, there's a lot of harassment on there, which I particularly don't care about, to be honest. It doesn't affect me at all, because I know a lot of people hide behind them true selves, and they've always got more confidence when they're behind a computer screen. But this is my new home, and I'm here to stay, and I'm not going anywhere. So unfortunately, the nice people in Golden Valley, fantastic, I will help you. And the not so nice ones, too bad, I'm here. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Have a good one.
Thank you, ma'am. Scotty McClure.
This is the best meeting I've ever attended. These things ain't working, so I haven't had to listen to you guys. Colorado City, the fiasco that's going on up there with that cult. Unbelievable. I hope they arrest and prosecute those women for taking those kids, maybe 3 or 4 different states. And by God, if you guys give them another penny like you gave them $1 million here a few months ago, I swear, we ought to be giving them to Utah. Buster, I'm electing you, nominating you. You've been on the board. How much money have we given them? You got an attorney sitting there. Figure it out. I'm pissed about this, that we can't fix this problem up there. This is unbelievable in my book. Now, while I'm really here at 7:05, I went to Hildy's office this morning and talked to Karen. I've been having a problem with that fire department down there. The fiasco. What a joke. And I'm running for election on the city council down there. Good way, piss off the fire department people. I had a fire next door to me. They didn't wake me up. This is 3 in the afternoon. I take about 3 naps a day because of my COPD. I wear out, so I gotta go get my second wind. They didn't knock on my door. They didn't bang on it. Didn't wake me up. A year ago, I had a fire. Where this fire happened, they didn't wake him up. He comes staggering out at 7 in the morning. They don't protect anybody down there by letting the fire go, and they put it out, thank God, both of them. But they didn't wake anybody up. They didn't go to the neighbor behind. It's a 2-story house right there. They didn't go over there and wake them up. Or, hey, there's a fire, look out your back window. That's all. And I just now, since I bothered Karen, she faxed him, and the chief phoned me at 8:39 this morning and said, oh, your report's ready. I've been waiting for over a month. A lot of my stuff burned up on my side of the fence. Canoe, trailers, and that stuff. I can't find out who the insurer is. I don't even know this guy that's squatting there, like they do in Fort Mojave. They're in Bullhead, too. I want his insurance company to look at my stuff so I can file a claim. I can go to the assessor and mail him. I want the insurance company's address is all I want. I'm waiting on a report from the stinking fire department. Yeah, you know I voted against that 302 ballot measure they had. Bunch of jackasses. And the same deal they made with the Laughlin Ranch Homeowners Association. How dare them spend all that bond money up there building that fire department, and they're not allowed to light up their siren? Because if somebody up in Laughlin Ranch, some millionaire, might get pissed off because they're running their siren. They actually signed a deal with them. The Laughlin Ranch. They can't run their siren up there.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Esposito.
Jennifer Esposito, candidate for District 4, County Supervisor. I've spent the last 2 weeks doing the research and homework that you should have done, and I've compiled that information. I'm not compelled to give it to you, but I have a copy for you, and Mr. Merriweather would be happy to give that to the clerk on my behalf so I don't lose any time. I noticed that there is a consent agenda item number 22 that could potentially be affected by the information that I've discovered. According to Title 48, Chapter 6, you cannot do an improvement without something called a resolution of intention pursuant to ARS 48-915 and ARS 48-981, so that the property owners in that improvement district receive their due process rights pursuant to ARS 48-917. So what I noticed immediately is that the well that you talked about that was in litigation, you didn't do it legally. That makes me think you didn't do wells 3 and 4 legally either. Now you have a new proposal to do a new well because I read the entire case file of the litigation. I find it interesting that the defendant was not GVID. GVID is not a named party to that action. It was Mojave County Procurement that was sued and was the defendant. So I sure as hell hope that Mr. Esplin and Mr. Smith are not billing GVID through an interdepartmental transfer for any legal expenses because they're not a party to the action. Now, you started out with a $475,000 well that was budgeted for. And yes, I understand perfectly well that in 2021 there were some unforeseen expenses. However, what you're talking about is adding extra volume to the system because of something that happened in 2017. I'd like to point out that that well issue with well number 2 happened prior to you essentially doubling the rates. Okay, so you dropped the ball. You've mismanaged this district. You made no provision back in 2017 when you had the money to do anything about the well. Then you come back in, what was it, 2020, 2021. You get a $475,000 project. It goes to $575,000. Then the driller has an issue. Well, the driller asked permission from the county to get their equipment back. That required blowing up the casing well and the hole to get the drill bit out. After you gave them permission to blow up the hole, you said, oh, it's not the engineer's fault for not properly engineering the project and too small of a casing for the depth you wanted to go. It's the driller's fault and we're not going to pay them. Then you reallocated, apparently, from what I can see in the financials, you reallocated the money you were going to pay KP Ventures in December, and you added additional ARPA funds to the ARPA funds you'd already allocated. So now you have an actual project budgeted at $1.5 million. 5 months later, you're saying we have no money to drill the well because apparently 5 people have amnesia. Well, more than 5 people, actually. And nobody brought up, where is the $1.5 million? So now you're up to a $3 million surcharge for a project you want to do 7 years from now. Illegal.
Thank you, ma'am. That was the last speaker. We'll move to the consent agenda. Supervisor Bishop, do you have any items that you'd wish to pull today?
14 and 29.
Thank you. Supervisor Angus?
45.
Thank you. Supervisor Gould?
Nothing today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Johnson?
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus items 14, 29, and 45.
So moved.
You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do you have it? So ordered. Item number 14. Supervisor Bishop?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I pulled this item because I thought the residents in the Dolan Springs area might want to be informed that this is a possibility because of past concerns with a lot of loud gatherings and racing vehicles in the area. And I believe it's the same location as what is being requested for this rezone. So I would like to continue this until the next board meeting so that those residents would have an opportunity to come in and have their voice heard by this board. So my motion is to continue this agenda item until the next board meeting.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? You guys appear to have it. Do you have it? So ordered. Item number 29.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I also pulled this item, basically just for informative purposes, since Highway 68, if this board decides to designate it as the Colorado River Highway, that the folks in Golden Valley, of which this highway mostly runs through, would be aware of the change. And I think it's a good change. The highway is a historical highway dating back to several years, decades, in fact. 68 was added to the highway system back in 1941, so it's been there for quite a while, and it serves a substantial amount of traffic between Bullhead City, Laughlin, and the Kingman area. So I'm in support of this. I think it's a good idea, plus it connects with the Nevada highway that's taking on the same name. So I just wanted to bring that to the public's attention. And with that, I make a motion to approve, and I thank Supervisor Angus for bringing this to us.
Great, you've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? You guys appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Item number 45, Supervisor Angus.
Thank you. This is my item. It is an ARPA project for Bullhead City, a generator for their new senior center. And with your permission, Mr. Chairman, there is the mayor of Bullhead City, Steve D'Amico, here, and the assistant city manager, Travis Pruitt, to kind of talk about what this project means for Bullhead City.
Welcome, Mayor D'Amico and staff. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair and Board. I'm sure some of you are aware that a year ago we had a little 10-minute storm that came in and wiped out our town for about 3 days, some people 4 days, where we had no power. We only have one cooling station on the far north end of town. We're building a state-of-the-art $3 million addition to our senior center, and we would like to put this generator there for emergencies. It's centrally located. It would serve our community, not only our community well, but if there was a real big disaster, we could serve Fort Mojave and surrounding areas as well. So this is very needed, and I really appreciate Hildy Angus and the board approving this. And Travis would like to say a couple words here too. Again, thank you much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. We appreciate you giving us an opportunity to speak on this matter. Of course, I want to express the appreciation from our city manager, Mr. Toby Cotter. We appreciate you hearing the matter, and of course, especially to Supervisor Hildy Angus for bringing the matter forward. As the mayor mentioned, we're in the process now of remodeling our current senior center, adding new amenities, modernizing the facility. So this will be an important enhancement to this. Of course, it is critical to, just in general, if a storm happens, the power goes out, this will be a vital need for the city. It's centrally located where everyone can go and get relief in those times. But most importantly, though, I think it is us investing in our senior community and making sure that all the amenities for our seniors are top notch. So again, we thank you for hearing the matter. And again, especially to Supervisor Angus, we appreciate it.
And with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. You've heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? You guys appear to have it. You have it. So ordered. This morning, we're going to move up a few items on our agenda today. The first being item number 58, which is the Adoption of the fiscal year 2023-2024 tentative budget with modifications, and set July 17th, 2023 as the date for the public hearing on the final budget and tax levy and truth in taxation, if applicable, and set a special board meeting for adoption of the final budget on July 17th, 2023, following the public hearing. I'm going to turn it over to County Manager Elters and our Financial Services Director, Mornian. Good morning.
Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter. Members of the board, before I get into some prepared slides, I just want to quickly review the modifications that have been made to the budget since the budget workshop last month, just to make sure that you're aware of all those modifications. And I'll also just note that items 33, 37, 38, and 39 from today's consent agenda will also, since those have been approved, will be included in the final budget. As far as adjustments to the general fund, we do have a number of PO purchase order rollovers. I'm not going to get into the details on those. They're primarily with the Sheriff's Office, about $175,000, and then one item for the Adult Detention Center and for the building inspector for capital assets. But for actual budget adjustments, some of these items we mentioned to you at the workshop last month. One is removing the approximately $205,000 that was budgeted for reimbursement from the fire districts. We also, as part of the balanced budget that you requested that we bring to you, we are deferring the morgue project for 1 year until fiscal 25. And so that is a $4.5 million adjustment to the budget, and I'll talk about that more a little bit later. We also informed you that there was going to be an increase in the cost of the senior Meals on Wheels program through KRMC. That was approved last month as well on a separate board agenda, and so that adjustment is in there. Similarly, there was a request from CSA to increase the fees that that the county is paying to them so they can provide some additional services to the counties throughout Arizona. That adjustment will be in the is in the tentative budget. We also have 2 items for the Superior Court. These are ARPA 2 funds for virtual bailiff and for some case log management. Those are funds coming from the state, but it's just adjustments there as well. And then one other item that we discussed at the workshop was that the city of Kingman is potentially raising water rates. I believe that is happening tomorrow, and so we went ahead and included that adjustment. We will remove it if they do not end up approving those rates. And then there's a couple other items in there that were just needed to balance the different accounts within the fund. Some adjustments to other funds. We do have a number of small adjustments to various districts' ARPA funds based on requests to increase or decrease funding for some projects. There was also, for District 5, with the stimulus checks that went out to residents, there was a number of checks that were outstanding that have gone stale, and so those have been canceled, and the monies for those checks moved back into the funds that are available to allocate. We've included $200,000 for an additional opioid settlement that was announced with the Mallinckrodt bankruptcy, and so that is now included. And then there's a number of different grants. The Sheriff's Office, for the Superior Court, there's public health, community services, just a whole slew of different grants. Some of them have been approved on separate board agendas since the workshop. In total, the adjustments to other funds is about $11 million. The biggest adjustment there is the $9 million that was awarded to the sheriff from the state for funding substations. We've also created a separate fund for the sheriff's new command post vehicle that was requested, which the state also awarded $500,000 to help pay for that, and District 2 will be using $300,000 of ARPA money to fund the rest of the $800,000 price tag. And so as far as adjustments to the budget goes, that is it. If I could get those slides up, thank you. So at the workshop, we brought you a budget that was not balanced. We wanted to make it very clear the picture moving ahead for the next several years. You requested we bring you back a balanced budget for fiscal 24, and we have done that. As I mentioned, that is primarily based on deferring the morgue project for 1 year into fiscal 25. There was also an adjustment made to the projected revenues for the current fiscal year for the PILT revenues, and that is based on the state's projections. And so that was about a $100,000 increase to projected revenues for fiscal 23, but the primary mechanism for balancing the fiscal 24 budget is taking that $5 million morgue project, deferring $450,000 of that until next fiscal year, and that gets us to a net positive of about $260,000 for the fiscal 24 budget. This is based on maintaining the current tax levy rate of 1.7547. And as you can see on the slide, those red boxes there do not paint a pretty picture going out through fiscal 28. And I want to highlight a couple of things on here. First and foremost, that beginning fund balance row, the third from the bottom. We need approximately, if we were budgeting $15 million in contingency, we need that amount to be about $50 million because we have a $35 million cash flow need operationally to get the county from when the final budget is adopted until the tax revenues start coming in the fall. And so that 3-month period is about $35 million of cash flow needs. And so what I've highlighted in this table is anytime that beginning fund balance is below $35 million, that means that the county could get into a situation where it's not able to pay its bills as they arise. A $35 million beginning fund balance means there's $0 budgeted for contingency. And you can see that while we have a net positive for fiscal 24, looking ahead to fiscal 25, there's about an $18.5 million revenue shortfall. And so to maintain that $35 million balance to meet the cash flow needs, we would have to drop the contingency reserve to about $1 million next year, and then drop it to 0 in years after that as that revenue shortfall continues in each additional year. So you asked for a balanced budget for fiscal 24. We're presenting you with a balanced budget for fiscal 24, but I just want to make sure that everybody is aware that without some sort of additional revenue stream, this is what the next several years are going to look like, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board for Director Mornian. Luke and perhaps Manager Elters, I have some questions. In May, I heard what you and your staff presented in your budget message at that time, and I've also spent a lot of time looking at what we have presented before us since that time. I also re-looked at that portion of our May meeting online just to assure that my understanding was absolutely clear. And as I sit here today, I am very concerned clearly with the slide that we just saw about where we will be this time next year with respect to this board successfully operating Mojave County, and with what tough decisions this board might be forced to make as a part of a fiscal year 25 budget. From my chair and from what my constituents tell me, law enforcement and public safety are top priorities for Mojave County citizens in District 1, probably countywide, and as such, I believe our Mojave County Sheriff's Office and the Adult Detention Center should have the funding they need to recruit, train, equip deputies, adult detention center officers in an extremely competitive environment. I believe that our Mojave County Sheriff's Office and the professional law enforcement and public safety services that they provide are an essential pillar of our Mojave County rural way of life. As with many other law enforcement agencies, and as Sheriff Schuster has testified to us on many different occasions, Mojave County is having a difficult time recruiting and retaining deputies and adult detention officers as the fiscal year 24 budget stands now. And this sounds pretty harsh, but I think we're actually going backwards, which is unacceptable in conservative Mojave County. Mojave County already has challenges with response times out to some of our more remote areas and places, and the draft fiscal year 24 budget proposal as it stands now maintains double-digit vacancies in both deputy positions and in adult detention center officer positions, and it freezes an additional 7 deputy positions. I call this what it is. It is de facto defunding of the police. And that is also unacceptable to the citizens of Mojave County that I serve within District 1. I know, Manager Elters, that since your May budget message, which hit very hard, I asked a lot of questions of you as far as other options that this board might have to run successfully this county with in not a short-term fashion, but a medium and long-term fashion. In a nutshell, based on the current draft fiscal year budget proposal before us, and with what I've heard that could be in our future in fiscal year 25, have you and your professional staff considered other possible fiscal year 24 budget options that would allow this board to have a long-term balanced budget and fully supported Mojave County law enforcement and public safety?
Mr. Chairman and board members, good morning again. Mr. Chairman, yes, based on our awareness of the financial challenge that we presented the board with during the budget workshop, we have been exploring and considering various options and understanding that public safety is the largest component of our general fund. We researched and looked at a jail district sales tax and found it perhaps less viable and not as effective due to the urgency and timeliness of our challenge and concerns. Also, that term that we became so familiar with when we explored that, which was the maintenance of effort, which is a decision made by the Auditor General. It's a determination made after a jail district is established, and it basically says you cannot supplement, you have to continue to put toward the jail from the general fund what the board has already been doing over the years. So with that, and with your inquiries, Mr. Chairman, after the budget workshop meeting, we went back to the drawing board and revisited the general excise tax, the sales tax concept, to be dedicated specifically to the public safety and law enforcement, which seems and appears to distribute the burden of public safety cost more evenly and more fairly between visitors, tourists, county residents, and property owners. We explored it with the understanding that a portion of it would lower the property tax to a lower level, perhaps, which we will explain here shortly, but lower than what we've seen in recent years. And we also explored and included, and it worked very closely with the county attorney's office to include in it what we're calling a circuit breaker, which would be language included in the resolution to secure and maintain that lower property tax as long as the sales tax is in place. With that said, and without any further ado, I would like to have our Chief Financial Officer, Luke Mornian, walk you through what we explored, what we came up with, and what we truly believe that will provide that sustainable, long-lasting, more reliable third leg of the tripod to finance the operations and the cost of services in Mojave County. So, Luke, take it away.
Thank you, Manager Elters. If I could get the slides back up on the screen. So very, very briefly, this chart in front of you just shows, as County Manager Elters and Chairman Lingenfelter stated, public safety is the largest portion of the general fund budget. It's 36%. That is the Sheriff's Office, the Adult Detention Center, Animal Control, and the maintenance on the jail facility itself. So that represents about $44.5 million in fiscal 24, $23.5 million for the Sheriff, 19.3 for the Adult Detention Center, about $600,000 for Animal Control, and $1 million a year for jail maintenance. And so we did explore the idea of a general county excise tax that is completely dedicated to funding law enforcement and public safety. As you all know, the county is growing, the demands for services are growing along with the county, and we really need to adequately fund the Sheriff's Office and the remainder of public safety. This is just to show what could be possible for staffing of the Sheriff's Office and the adult detention facility if the board were to enact a 1/4 cent general county excise tax dedicated to public safety. So beginning with fiscal 24, this is where we're at today. We have about 80 filled sworn deputy positions and about 93 filled adult detention center officer positions. What the passage of a excise tax for public safety would do would allow, beginning in fiscal 26, allow the addition of 5 detention officers and 2 sworn deputies each year for a total of 30 additional detention officers and 12 sheriff's deputies. There is room in the budget projections through fiscal 31 for more than that, but this would get the Sheriff's Office and the Adult Detention Center back to the staffing levels for the detention center, back to the highest historical level of budgeted FTEs. That was in fiscal 2016. And for the sheriff, it would be the highest number of budgeted sworn deputies ever in Mojave County. There's also, what comes along with that additional revenue would be the ability to accelerate the funding of the pension deficit for public safety, or accelerate the repayment of the loan that the county took from the landfill fund in order to pay down some of that pension deficit. Either route would save the county millions of dollars over, the next 20 years or so. I'd like to thank the sheriff for helping me out with some of this data, and if there are specific questions about it, I'm sure he'd be more than happy to come up and address the board and answer those questions. But you can see here that right now, with the current staffing, which is about a 15% vacancy rate for the sheriff's deputies, And this is based on the sheriff's estimate of 50,000 service calls per year, and it's about 630 calls per sworn officer each year. If they were fully staffed based on what their budgeted FTEs are today, that would reduce that number to about 530 service calls per deputy. And if we were able to bring back all of those positions that have been frozen or unfunded since 2016, that would bring that number down to 460 service calls per officer, which is about a 27% decrease from the level that we're at today. Similarly, for the detention center, there's about a 20% vacancy rate for detention officers today. And what that means is that each detention officer is supervising roughly 23 inmates. If they were able to hire up to what they have budgeted, it dropped that number to 19, which incidentally is around the state recommended minimum ratio of inmates to detention officer. If they were to bring back the positions that have been defunded or frozen over the past several years, it would drop that ratio down to 15 to 1, which would be much, much better. It's about a 37% decrease or improvement in the ratio. The sheriff has been before you before, testifying to the fact that right now he has to use sheriff's deputies to come in and work overtime in the jail. That results in unsustainable levels of overtime. It's very costly. It leads to officer burnout. It leads to turnover, not just on the sheriff deputy side, but also on the detention center side. There's mandatory overtime. So it's the same issue regardless of which side of the department you're looking at. I mentioned that there are state recommended minimums for the detention officers. There's the same for the number of deputies per 1,000 residents within the county. That state recommended minimum is 2 sworn officers per 1,000 residents. We're currently at less than 1 officer for every 2,000 residents. And again, this results in longer response times. The sheriff has talked to you before about when there's a high-risk call where there should be 2 deputies responding. A lot of times he's only able to send 1 deputy out there, so it endangers the lives of the officers on those high-risk calls. Again, high levels of overtime, officer burnout, turnover, nothing good about it. And so what we are proposing is an excise tax, countywide excise tax dedicated to public safety and law enforcement. This would be a 1/4 cent excise tax, and we would reduce the primary property tax levy rate from where it is today at 1.7547 down to $1.59 per $100 of assessed value. So that is roughly a $4 million reduction in the primary property tax levy in fiscal 24. This, similarly to the last county excise tax, would have a 20-year term with a sunset date of December 31st, 2044. And the 1/4 cent levy rate, we looked at other levy rates. We said, could we do 1/5 of a cent? Could we do 0.15? A 1/4 cent was basically the lowest that would maintain fiscal stability over the next 5 years. And so when you look at the slide in front of you, you can see that in fiscal 24, there's still that net change line item for fiscal 24 and fiscal 25 is still a deficit. And this is somewhat intentional because we would just push that down to the bottom line because we know that we need about a $50 million fund balance. And so we're set to end fiscal 23 with a little bit higher balance. And that would take us, the lowest point it would take us to is about 47.6, but we already know we're going to tap into contingency based on the engineer's estimates for several of the capital projects next year. There's estimates for the Legal Services Center to be about $3 million more than what is budgeted, and for that morgue facility actually to increase by about another $500,000. And so that was the primary driver in us suggesting raising the contingency from where it is today at around 9 million up to 15 million, knowing that we would need to tap into that in the next year or two. And so we dropped below the $50 million mark, but we're also decreasing what we're forecasting is the needs of that contingency reserve. If you look further out, you can see that we, beginning in fiscal 26, begin to have a net positive cash flow where our revenues are exceeding our expenses. And that is why I say we could begin to bring additional deputy and detention officer positions back starting in fiscal 26. This is just to quickly show you the primary levy rate history for the county going back to fiscal 13. The high mark was in fiscal 16 through fiscal 19, where it was at about $1.96 per $100 of assessed value. The board has reduced that levy rate over the past several years by about 21.5 cents. We talked about that during the budget workshop. This would allow it to drop down significantly. This would be the lowest rate since 2010 when it was $1.46. And it's actually a lower rate than what it was 25 years ago in 1999. It was $1.75, almost exactly what it is this current year. And so we would be lower than the property tax was 25 years ago. As far as what our property owners in the county would experience in the way of savings, this chart shows you the estimated tax bill for a home that's valued at $250,000. It's a 5-year savings of about $250, $41 this year, and then if property values continue to increase based on the assessor's data, that savings goes up a little bit each year, but it's about $250 over the next 5 years. Now, when we talk about excise tax collections around the county, I mentioned this at the budget workshop that the sales tax base for the county has increased dramatically over the past several years. What this chart shows, fiscal 24, excise tax would go into effect in January. And so you'd get about a half year's worth of revenue, right around $6 million. But then years beyond that would be a full year's sales tax revenue, starting between $12 and $13 million a year. And then if the tax base continues to grow as we expect it to, that would go up to above $20 million a year in revenue by the time that that 20-year period sunsets. We go back to public safety and the cost of that as a percentage of the general fund, 36%. I said it was about $44 million this year. Over the next 20 years, in total, it's about $1.2 billion. Billion with a B. So an excise tax would generate roughly $350, $360 million over that time. And about $215 million of that we would estimate would be paid by non-residents. That is people that are coming here to recreate, Lake Havasu, down in Bullhead on the river, people that are just passing through on the interstate, construction projects that are going on that the state is building. All of those things would generate excise tax revenue. So roughly 60% is the estimate that would be paid by non-county residents.
Say that number again.
The percentage? 60%. We did explore at least one other scenario, and this is same quarter-cent county excise tax with a primary levy rate of $1.59 this year and in fiscal 25, but then potential to decrease that tax rate further in future years down to $1.50 per $100 of assessed value in fiscal 28. And so that option also is available. That would have to be balanced with whether the board wants to fund additional deputy positions or pay down the pension deficit further. But that revenue stream would make a lot of different things possible. So I just want to make the board aware of that. And with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions that you might have.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Luke, rather than going through the budget and making cuts here and cuts there, we take the easy way out. We don't build the morgue, which we probably wouldn't have got built this year anyway. And then we come back with a plan to convince Supervisor Gould why he should implement sales tax. And of course, we frame it on public safety, as if we would cut public safety. And this is the game that we always see played in government, that you pretend that we're gonna cut public safety when we're not gonna cut public safety. We need to go back in and cut some of the other things. Frankly, I find the whole thing disingenuous.
Supervisor Gould, the current year budget for fiscal 24 already includes freezing additional deputy and detention officer positions in order to raise the pay to where it needs to be competitive. We have spoken several times before about the impact that inflation has had on the county. We do not see a lot of room for decreasing the expense side of the equation. There are, just as when we go to the grocery store, the cost of groceries is going up. When we go to the gas pump, the cost of fuel has increased. Those costs also have gone up for the county. And some of that, yes, is within our control. But looking at the sizable deficit next year, there's not $18 million worth of cuts that can be made. There's nowhere close to that. That's the best answer that I have for you. There simply is not, without reducing services in a significant manner, there's not a way to achieve that level of decrease on the expense side of the equation.
The other thing that I continually find disingenuous is we talk about the tax rate. The tax rate is just part of a mathematical formula. And the way that you present this, it gives the impression that their actual tax bill is going to go down. That is not going to happen because the values go up. It's a mathematical function. They're going to pay more in property taxes. It doesn't matter what the levy was. It doesn't matter what the levy was 20 years ago. That's part of a mathematical formula. If you do not reduce the levy and the values go up, their tax bill goes up. That's how it works. We'll see this in the paper. Board of Supervisors votes to hold levy the same as last year. Oh, yay. Community college votes to hold the levy the same as last year. Oh, yay. But yet my folks get a bigger tax bill. I just find this continually disingenuous, and I wish we would quit playing these mathematical games with the public. And if we're going to reduce their taxes, let's tell them we're going to reduce their taxes. If we're going to raise their taxes, let's tell them we're going to raise their taxes. Instead of giving a deceptive mumbo jumbo to confuse them, to let them think that somehow they're getting a deal out of this. All you're trying to do is make more room for more spending. That's what it boils down to. There is no way that 60% of the sales tax is paid by tourists. They don't buy cars here. That's what it boils down to. They're not buying that taxable item. And I continue to see this for the 20 years I've been in politics. This 60% number gets bannered around with no backup behind it. They'll tell me, oh, gee, we can tell Gould off their credit card receipts. No, you can't. You cannot. Because those don't get reported. But this whole thing, to me, it seems like this is how we convince Gould, who is the lone holdout on instituting a sales tax, to somehow put him in a bind to get him to do it. Frankly, I'm not doing it, because all it's going to do is create more room for more government spending. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Manager Elders.
Thank you. Let me it's not my intent to debate the board members, and I sincerely appreciate Supervisor Gould's comments. I just want to say a couple of things. There is truly nothing disingenuous about this, so please forgive me for addressing that directly, Supervisor Gould. we have, for the last couple of years, been looking for ways to stabilize our finances and ensure that county services can be funded and provided going forward. That culminated with our budget workshop when we presented that to you and presented to you the information that we had that concerned us back in May when we presented and continues to concern us today. It truly and honestly was not to convince Supervisor Gould or any other particular supervisor of anything other than to address the genuine and real concern about next year. We presented to you a budget that had a deficit of $4 million. The board was not completely pleased with that and made it clear that the board expected a balanced budget. What we present you today is a balanced budget with one project deferred. If we continue on this trajectory, we will face a bigger hole next year with not enough projects to defer. And so we're making you aware of what we know. It's our job to inform the board. We're compelled to tell you the truth as we know it. And so we hopefully prevent going over a cliff before we get there. So I will, again, I told you during the budget workshop, and I would like to repeat that today, it is our job. We're compelled to present you with what we know and what we have. You have the ultimate discretion to make a decision, and we just wanted you to be aware of all the facts. So to that end, I thank you for allowing me, Mr. Chairman, and board members for listening to me.
Great. Other board members have any questions for Mr. Mournian? Sheriff Schuster, I see you in the audience. Would you come down? I have a couple questions for you, please.
Mr. Chairman, Board, good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Sheriff?
I'm okay.
You know, there is some debate to be had here. I don't think that 60% is borne by tourists either. I think it's probably closer to 40% in counties that are so rich in natural amenities. I mean, we have over 1,000 miles of coastline on the river. We've got our lakes. We know that people from California come to recreate here all the time. People from Las Vegas, people from the Phoenix area, from Tucson and other areas. And right now, if they take out their $100-something thousand boats and there's an accident, or right now, Mojave County citizens are the ones that support those costs. We're paying for them to come here and recreate and get into accidents or to need assistance from public safety, right? Right now, Mojave County citizens, we're paying for those people to come here. And I think that it is fair to have them kick in a little bit. If they're going to come recreate here, if they're going to come and enjoy our lakes and rivers, I think it's fair to ask them to contribute to a portion of funding public services, or public safety, I should say, specifically. Can you add to that at all? I mean, what does your data suggest from the sheriff's office?
Chairman Lingenfelter, thank you for that question, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in general. I actually had some notes that I wanted to share if I were called down, and I threw them in the garbage. The reason I threw them in the garbage is we are talking over the same thing that we've been talking about for the last 6.5 years. I've been with the sheriff's office now 33 years, 6.5 as the sheriff. I can tell you we are on a sinking ship. We cannot attract or retain personnel. To your point, Chairman, yes, a good portion of the service we provide is to non-county residents. In our boating program alone, in 2022, 84% of our resources went to non-county residents. They're the ones buying the beer and the big boats, and It's just how it is. It's how it's always been, and at least since my time. So I think what I'd simply like to say is this. As sheriff, I have a responsibility to the public, to the people sitting behind me. I am committed to providing top-notch law enforcement service. I need your assistance to do that. I've done everything in my power. I have cut positions. When you heard Director Mornian talk about our staffing levels, those levels are not counting the frozen positions that your sheriff took it upon himself to do because I couldn't get the funding needed. Okay, I have almost 50 vacancies in the jail. Okay, on paper it shows 25 because I already froze 30 of them. I can't do this anymore. So whatever your option may be, if you don't want to entertain a 1/4-cent sales tax, I think that is viable. And the reason I feel that way, because I'm a citizen, and if I spend $4 on a soda or a drink and I have to pay a penny and it goes 100% to law enforcement, I'm willing to do it, but that's my opinion. But if you don't want to go down that road, I challenge this board and I give you the responsibility back. I'm not going to carry the weight. I'll do my job. I'm asking you to fund the sheriff's office to a level that we can provide the service that the public expects and deserves. Sorry for the rant, but that's my 2 cents. That's my 1/4 cents.
Questions for Sheriff Schuster? Supervisor Bishop.
Good morning, Doug.
Morning, Gene.
We've been through a lot together, and this is not my favorite part of any of our experiences. I'm wondering, just out loud, what would happen to your department if we did away with the waterways financially? Would those employees then go over to patrol? Do we have to have a waterways division? And I know waterways is funded a lot by SLIF grant monies and other things, but can you help us understand the waterways division?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, I'd be delighted to. We are mandated by law to provide those services, and we are fortunate that we get state allocation in the form of grants to provide a good portion of it. Our salary for our boating officers do not come out of general funds. That's grant funded. It doesn't always mean there's enough, so we might have to supplement now and again, but we have to have that program. It must exist. And to that point, it raises another concern that I think everyone should understand. When we talk about being 18 deputies down, and that's the number, 18 or 19, that's the patrol deputies. That's the guys and gals out there every day and night doing the job. I have 85 total officers right now. Well, 9 or 12 of them are detectives. I can't pull them out. We're too busy. I've got civil deputies. I have boating deputies. I have search and rescue deputies. As that pot shrinks, you might end up with 50 deputies on the street, not all at one time, just in total, to service a county of almost 14,000 square miles. You do the math. If you have 4 people working a day on average, how are you going to adequately provide the service this county deserves? That's been my point all along, and so I'm always happy to answer questions, because if there is a misunderstanding, I'm more than happy to clarify it.
So patrol on the waterways is mandated by statute?
It is.
Okay, thank you. There has been some discussion that your department is a little bit top-heavy. So with that in mind, if we took the 2 substations that you're looking forward to building, one in Lake Havasu and the other in Mojave Valley, and made that a regional station somewhere in between, like has also been discussed, would that not eliminate a lot of extra employees where we could have, instead of having command staff and support personnel at 2 substations, we could have half of the personnel at one regional substation? Your thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Bishop, absolutely not. You can't reduce staffing levels based on a substation location. We have to staff certain areas. So when we have officers in that area, it is not responsible, nor is it feasible to have them say, I work out of this zone, but I will travel an hour this way to handle a call. I need somebody else that hour away. Otherwise, our call times would be even worse than they are now. So we're very good at managing our staff. A combined substation, if you did that, and let's say we did what Supervisor Johnson talked about, and we put it right out there at the 9540 exchange. That means all the service provided in Fort Mojave, if there's an arrest, They drive 40 minutes away to that substation to deal with it, a call for service, they're shooting back. Same thing with the service provided to Lake Havasu on the outside of the city, whether it be north or south side. So there's a tremendous amount of drive time. It's just not practical, and that's why the substations originally were put in where they're at. And we're fortunate that's state money that we got for those.
Help me understand this, because now with the technology that we have, each patrol unit is a substation. They're completely self-contained. They have the computers, they have everything that a deputy needs to do his job. So he or she wouldn't have to report to a regional substation to begin their shift.
To your point, Supervisor Bishop, yes, we're very fortunate that our patrol cars are equipped as mini offices. They're able to write their reports. There's a lot of things they can do in there. Unfortunately, in law enforcement, and you know this, you've worked the job, if you make an arrest, you have to take them to a substation. There's a process that you must go through. If it's a DUI, you've got to have access to intoxilizers. You have to have access to booking in evidence. These are things that are critical, and that's why we're required to have stations to conduct this type of job. So yeah, I would never be convinced that substations aren't necessary. They truly are.
So what is your input on putting substations in like Meadview and Dolan Springs?
Based on the staffing, we could put stations, but I won't be able to staff them.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling my constituents. If they had a substation in Meadview, you wouldn't have deputies manning that substation.
Correct.
Because they're in their cars out doing their job.
Right. But not in the busier areas. It'd be no different than saying, let's get rid of the Kingman building behind us, we'll work out of our cars. You simply can't do that. But great question, I understand.
Thank you.
Supervisor Angus.
Thank you. I believe that law enforcement is the biggest function, the most important function of county government. And it has, and it always will be. And that is when I go out in public, and in my district, maybe like one other supervisor's districts, we don't really partake in it, but it affects everybody. It affects, I drive out to Mojave Valley, there's a sheriff's, and that is the one complaint I always hear. We need more law enforcement. Even the calls to public this morning, that's basically what they were about. Law enforcement in Golden Valley and out in Mojave Valley, and our sheriff's department does a great job. But we are at a point, I used to sit out there before I was elected, and I remember Sheriff Sheehan giving the same presentation over and over like you do. Of course, numbers go up, but you're basically at the same place. And so we have to come to a decision as a board, where our priorities are. As far as the sales tax, again, many years ago when I first came on, sales tax, bad. But over the years, we realize where our money comes from. And whether it's 60% or 40%, we are a tourist county. And we are, now correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Elters, I believe we are one of the only counties that do not have a sales tax. I'm not saying that as a bad thing, I'm just stating a fact. And maybe there might be one other county that doesn't, but they have all these taxing districts. So they're getting it one way or the other. And maybe that goes to what Supervisor Gould is saying about sort of these tricks that we play with each other. But the bottom line is this: when I go out into public, and a lot of conservative groups, and I talk about it, at first there's the hesitancy, but when I explain it, and if property taxes go down, and I've always been against, our property owners have borne this, the running of our whole county forever. And I think the county has done a good job. If you just look, values go up and values go down. So you can't just assume that the values of your houses are going to go up. There's a rotation, and honestly, we all think we've seen it. The values are kind of going down now. So you can't say that it's a trick, that if you were paying $1.75 now and then $1.50, it's going to go down. And people understand this. They do. They're not dumb. It's not just like, it's a bad tax. They understand we need money to keep things going. If I didn't think that the county did a good job, and you can always cut things, but all these things that are now affecting us that we have no control over, like everybody sees, The worst thing would be for it to affect law enforcement. I've always been a big advocate, and I think you do a really good job. I think all our sheriffs have done great jobs. But it's these things that are just out of our control. So I would be for it. I want to hear more about it. This was kind of put onto us now. I mean, they have really a long time to think about it. But what are our options if it's not going to pass to be unanimous vote? True, it has to be unanimous. And it looks like that's not going to happen. So is this something that can be put on the ballot? And then we'll really see what our people think about it.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Angus, I would have to research it more to find out if a general excise tax can and how we would get it on the ballot. I did look at the jail district sales tax, and that had two paths to get there. One was through ballot, one was through the Board of Supervisors. I would be more than happy to go back and research it and bring information to the board, unless Attorney Esplin or anyone else can answer that question now.
Right.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Johnson.
did you look at the possibility of a sheriff's override? When I took office, we had a sheriff's override. We sunsetted it. That's an easy way to do it. Go to the public and have them vote on that. It can be set for 20 years.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, thank you for the question. We did not, honestly, but again, we're in the process of exploring all options and providing the board as many tools as we can to prevent this, what we perceive to be a crisis ahead of us. So again, that is not, we did not explore it, but we will gladly check that out as well if this is something the board would like us to see do.
Thank you. I've got Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, how many officers can you hire with $246,000?
Two.
Well, we've got $246,000 going into an automatic economic development fund, which would take that money out of the control of the Board of Supervisors. How many deputies can you get for $76,000?
76,000?
76,000. Less than one, I'm betting.
Okay, less than one, but let me back up. When I say two, let me put a caveat on there. At our current rate of pay, probably zero. I can't attract anybody. So if we adopt the appropriate level of pay, I can get two.
Okay. We're going to spend $76,000 on 2 new cars for some drug counseling program. I am not against law enforcement, and I've given the sheriff everything that he's asked for. But the game that people play is they try to balance cuts to law enforcement and public safety against other kinds of cuts. This thing is there. That was just the first 2 things that I ran across in the first blush of a couple of pages. I was vice chairman of Senate Appropriations. We ground stuff down. But I am not against law enforcement, and I'll give the sheriff everything that he needs to do his job, but I'm not going to raise your taxes to do it. There's enough things that we can move around. Most people in my district, at least half of them, are unaware of the existence of county government because their needs are served by another level of government. So I'm pretty sure we can do it without a lot of these social programs and give the money to law enforcement. I'd much rather lock these people up than worry about chauffeuring them to a drug counseling appointment. Thank you.
Chairman Lingenfelter?
I was going to ask one question if I could, and then I'll get to you. Thank you very much. When it comes to sheriff's substations, well, first of all, law enforcement and public safety in District 1, that's our top priority. That's all I hear about when I go into Kingman and then into District 1, which is huge, right? We've heard of sheriff substations. We need one. A lot of people forget that Mojave County goes all the way up to border Utah.
Correct.
They forget that we have a huge portion of land up there above the Grand Canyon. And they're a part of Mojave County, and we have citizens up there that are just as, everybody as important as people that live on the south side of the Grand Canyon. They get forgotten about a lot. But there's a lot of really good economic development activity going on up there. There's population growth up there. And unfortunately, there's always going to be a certain percentage of bad apples that you have to have a law enforcement presence up there. Beaver Dam, Scenic, Littlefield, Centennial Park, Cane Beds. If you have calls in Beaver Dam or Scenic, and then you get another call in Centennial Park or Cane Beds, I mean, you're looking at over an hour difference in response time. And when I go up there to the northern part of Mojave County, what the people that actually live there say, hey, you know, we love the economic development, we love the new tourism activity that we're getting, we love the economic growth that we're getting, but guess what? We have to have law enforcement activity, we have to have a law enforcement presence, and the response times up there, quite frankly, they tell me they suck. And I would agree with them. If I called and I needed assistance and I had to wait over an hour, well, that's why we carry, right? Because as I'm waiting for you to get there, if you come into my house, I'm gonna shoot you. We need to have more deputies. We need to have more deputies. That's it.
Chairman Lingenfelter, to your, I thought
no, go ahead, please.
To your point, absolutely, and that's kind of the point I've been making for the past 33 years. We are so vitally understaffed based on the rural nature of our agency. When you look at city service, you call for service, you have somebody there, what, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes? That's the norm because they don't have a big boundary and they have adequate staffing levels. There have been times, not too recent history, where we've had 2 officers on servicing the entire county. Well, when you have 50,000 calls for service, it doesn't take a rocket science just to help you understand there is going to be lengthy response times. With our citizens up on the Strip, I would say this, we're doing very well. We've attracted some, at least one candidate that lives in Centennial, for your knowledge, so we have somebody on that south side or that north side now, but you're right, we need more staffing.
So I have one more question. It's kind of a lengthy one, but I'll get through it. And it's to Director Mornian, it's to County Manager Elters, and it's to you. So the way my mind works is I'm listening to, I've got two columns, pros and cons, right? So what I've heard so far is that some sort of a small dedicated sales tax would be 100% dedicated to Mojave County public safety and law enforcement. It would help us to fully fund your function, deputies, adult correction center officers. 100% goes to law enforcement in Mojave County. It would lower the levy rate from 175 to 1.59. Is that accurate? Okay, if 3 supervisors down the road, I think you mentioned a circuit breaker, 3 supervisors down the road decided to monkey with the property tax rate and modify it or raise it, there would be a circuit breaker option that would kick in that would basically get rid of the sales tax and harm law enforcement here. Is that an accurate statement before I continue?
Chairman Lingenfelter, yes, that's accurate.
Okay, I think I'd like to see the language of that also. With this, I don't remember you saying, but does it allow the county to carry forward with the morgue project in fiscal year 24, or do we continue to have to defer that project if something like this is considered?
Chairman Lingenfelter, if the excise tax $0.25 was passed or approved for fiscal 24, we would not have to defer the morgue project.
Okay. Next is whether you're up on the Strip, you know, close to Zion and all the national parks. That's what my citizens have to deal with, all that sort of tourism that comes in to look at the canyons and the beauty in that area. Or if you're down on our lakes or our river, right now, if there's an accident and your people have to go respond, the cost of that is picked up 100% by all of us in this room that live here in Mojave County. And I think that it's fair, I'm speaking as one supervisor, to say that those folks, that they're gonna come and recreate here, they should pay and kick in some sort of percentage to support and fund Mojave County law enforcement and public safety. That's what I'm saying. But besides that, if you look in the Kingman area, which I represent half of Kingman, we have in the next 3 years, 3 major multi-million-dollar construction projects. Right out here, we've got a project that's, I think, $150 million now, an ADOT project called the West Kingman Traffic Interchange. We've got Kingman Crossing Traffic Interchange. We've got the Rancho Santa Fe Traffic Interchange. From speaking with the city, from speaking with ADOT, we think that those projects are going to advance into construction within the next 3-year period. And so if you factor in some sort of a sales tax percentage, I've asked CSA about this in the past in May, the county, just on those 3 projects, the county would receive one-time construction sales tax funding of over $500,000, just on those 3 construction projects. Now, think of all the other construction projects that are going to go on in Mojave County, and we would lose the sales tax percentage off those projects. They'd be one-time, granted, but something is better than 0, if you ask me. And also, the last thing I would put out, if I'm not mistaken, is, yeah, the rate. I mean, it's a good thing. I think what would happen to the rate, going from 1.75 to 1.59. Being a prior economic developer, that's good for economic development. That's good for economic development retention projects. That's good for economic development expansion and attraction projects. When a company that has site selection choices looks at different locations, that's going to be one of the major things that they look at as far as where they choose to stay, where they choose to locate. And those are the things that we want to attract to help us broaden our base, right? So we can spread the base and the burden out to as many people as we can. And those are the people that provide the net new jobs that we need in Mojave County. So I would say that's a good thing too. So my question is, hopefully I didn't get any of that wrong, but if something like this is not considered, how would the board overcome an estimated $15 to $18.5 million budget deficit to solve in fiscal year 25? What impact would that have on this board's ability to operate this county, and what tough decisions would this board need to make? Because we haven't had any conversation really about that. We've heard a little bit about, oh, maybe we could cut here, maybe we could cut here, but I need to know it for my vote.
Can I ask the sheriff one question before he leaves?
Sure.
Thank you. You're nice, Buster. Well,
it's all right. Gives Luke time to think.
You tell us that you have 50,000 calls for service. That's 137 tags a day. Are you telling me the sheriff's department gets 137 calls for policing every day?
Chairman Lingenfelter, to your point, Supervisor Johnson, yeah, we get that number. They're not all paper calls. You understand the nature of the business. There's a lot of calls that we respond to. They turn out to be forwarded to a different agency, whether it's a medical, but we are pulling in those numbers.
We're getting 137 people calling on dispatch, and we're dispatching 137 calls a day.
Sometimes more than that, but yes. Whether they're calling in dispatch or they're self-generated calls are also a part of that 50,000.
What are self-generated?
Well, you make a stop and you end up making an arrest. You're going to pull a call note on it. So
okay, I was just curious about. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Answer to my question, Luke?
Chairman Lingenfelter, yes. Hold on just a second while I get there in the budget here. So if we look at fiscal 24 budget, this is Schedule A. It's page 6 in the agenda support. The budgeted expenditures for fiscal 24 right now stand at about $138 million. So 10% of that is $13 million. That doesn't overcome what the deficit will be in fiscal 25. But when we talk about the fact that there would need to be severe reductions in services, you know, anytime that you are trying to cut expenses by that much, that's going to mean that the services are reduced as well. And so, you know, I can't say that you could make a 10% cut across the board, because some departments, a small department or a large department, you know, there's going to be different room in those budgets to make cuts without affecting the level of service provided, or with affecting this level of service provided. But, absent other capital projects to defer, you're going to have to see a reduction in services.
Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, County Manager Elters.
To build on what Luke is trying to say, I think it's very difficult to attain that level of reduction, mindful of the services that we're mandated to provide and the contracts that are increasing in cost, many of them on an annual basis and already pre-approved by the board. When you consider that built-in inflation year after year, I think you're left with very little room to do any substantial reduction. And when it comes to services, I think short of just looking at those one by one, department by department, and finding where those services can be reduced, I'm not sure that we would be able to attain that. I sincerely mean my concern, and which is it will borderline a crisis, because I'm not so sure that level of, let me just remind the board that we have much vacancies now. The salary savings from those vacancies is $4.5 million. This is built into the numbers that you're looking at. We truly are burning people out. I'm hearing it day in and day out. Grateful to the board for the approval of the compensation package and the PTO and other things that we've presented to you and you've considered, and some you've approved, some is still under consideration. But at some point, it takes people to do the work, and we're hearing, we're seeing it in exit interviews, and we're learning that we cannot sustain this path. The sheriff talked to you about it in law enforcement, but I guarantee you it's not limited to just law enforcement. It's in other departments as well. And you know what? We've rewarded, we've tried. The board has been so kind and generous in trying to make changes that count toward rewarding people. But as you know, people have choices these days as to where they want to dedicate their life to and where they want to work. And we want them to choose Mojave County. This is the message that we're just sending out daily. We do a lot to be accommodating and work with people. And so I know this is a long answer, and forgive me for doing it, but it's genuine. And I just want you to know, if we get to next year and have to reduce 13, 14, 15, whatever $million, it's going to be a very agonizing, and I'm not so sure that we can attain it, short of just cutting where we're cutting into lean and bones. So thank you for allowing me to share that with you.
I appreciate your answer. And, there's, speaking only for myself, I see it as a good thing to lower the property tax rate for people that actually live here. I think it's a good thing to have a small sales tax that's 100% dedicated to finally fully fund our law enforcement here, which is the top priority of all of our citizens, at least in District 1. That's the top priority. It balances the budget. We don't have to defer the morgue. I mean, it's good for economic development. There's a lot of good things. And I think that you guys have done your work. I mean, if we don't have the courage to try something new that we think will work, you guys have already told us what's in store next year this time. And then it's, I don't want to be in that position to try to solve an $18.5 million budget deficit. That doesn't sound like leadership to me. So I think at least now we have a chance. Any other questions for Director Mournian, for County Manager Elters, for Sheriff Souser, Supervisor Angus?
I just have a little clarification, something that was stated earlier. The social programs, that is not general fund money. That comes from grants, right?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Angus, that is correct.
Right,
And
it's not
so
general,
canceling a grant-funded program, whatever services it's providing, if those services are not mandated by statute, yes, the general fund would not have to then start providing those services, but it's also not going to help the bottom line for the general fund.
Point of order.
Supervisor Gould?
That particular one is general fund money. Or at least it appeared to be general fund money in the budget.
Which program were you referring to, Supervisor Gould?
I don't know. It's some chauffeur people to their drug counseling program for $76,000 for 2 new cars. Off the top of my head, I could not tell you. I doubt I would have put it on my list if it was grant funding.
Point taken, Supervisor Gould.
Chairman Lingenfelter.
Supervisor Angus?
I think that might be from the Reach Out Fund money. That is also a grant, basically. If you're talking about shuttling people to appointments from jail through your office. Anyway, that was just, I wanted clarification on the record.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Angus, and Supervisor Gould, we could certainly look at that one program, but I can tell you from looking at the overall budget, the majority of the quote-unquote social programs are grant funded, and cutting those programs from the budget is not going to significantly impact the bottom line for the general fund. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Point taken. I've been in government for 20 years, so I know the difference between grant funding and general fund funding. Thank you.
Other discussion or comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
County Manager Elters.
So I think for today, we have a tentative budget in front of the board, presented for approval. It is a balanced budget, and it is based on the deferral of the morgue project to future years. So if the board, and when the board wishes to consider that, that is ready for your consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
We find ourselves millions in the hole. And now how can that possibly be? Could it be that we balanced our budget with sweeps of internal funds? Going back to 2015, we swept $3 million from the Vehicle Replacement Fund. 2016, $555,880 swept from Communication Services Fund, $167,407 from Janitorial Services Fund, $901,956 from the Motor Pool Fleet Services Fund, $1.5 million premium holiday, and we had a $15 million contingency, which we started taking down after that. In 2017, we swept $100,000 from Janitorial Services, $540,000 from Fleet Services and Motor Pool, $200,000 from Environmental Health, $506,605 from Street Maintenance Districts, $500,000 from Landfill Administration, $740,000 from EBT Holiday, and $612,000 from Economic Development. 2019, we lowered the property tax, and by then we knocked our contingency fund down, but we raised it back to $3 million. 2020, our contingency was reduced to $2 million. We swept $1 million from the Landfill Administration, lowered property taxes again, and raised contingency to $4 million. 21, lowered property tax from staff recommendation. 22, $2.5 million from the fairgrounds. Around $10 million swept from departments that will not be replaced. These were not excess funds, and it took us years to acquire. And staff told the board that using $6 million of ARPA funds for pay raises would be covered by general fund revenues, which has turned out to be false. Now, we're collecting the money owed us. Fire district fees since 2005, we've not been collecting the amount needed to cover the cost. Jail fees, we're not collecting the amount needed to cover the cost to house city inmates in our jails. P&Z fees, back in 2017, Planning and Zoning brought a new fee schedule to the board. The fees were supposed to cover 100% of cost to operate. The board repealed those fees. They were brought back again in June of 18. We finally approved them, but the county ended up recouping only about 70% of the costs. Updating health fees and other fees more often. We used to have an Office of Budget and Management we would go over these fee proposals, make sure we were getting what we needed to. Since we got rid of that department in 2014, we really haven't updated our fees. The last time we updated our health department food handler fees was 2012. Runovers, we budgeted not to exceed $2 million for animal control and spent over $5 million. And I think in the budget today, we have more money for them to, and that was a smaller building than what we had anticipated. And so they have more money to add to the animal control. We budgeted $18 million for the court and we spent 21. Miscellaneous, we spent over $1 million on our lobbyists and continue at $10,000 a month. Another thing that hasn't helped us is our state sweeping of our taxpayer dollars and raising property tax on homeowners. They have swept over $19 million of our monies, or our taxpayers' money. And the state shifts the property burden to the homeowners and increasing their property rates. The history of the commercial business property in Arizona prior to 2005, the commercial class 1 assessment ratio was 25%. 2005 and 6, the legislature passed a major property tax reform measure, HB 2779, that targeted inequities in Arizona's property tax system. As passed, the measure called for a reduction in the assessment ratio of class 1 property from 25 to 20 over a 10-year period. 207, lawmakers passed 2784, provides an increased acceleration depreciation schedule. The proposed schedule would only apply to properties that entered in the tax rolls the first time in 2008 and brought the assessment ratio down using the below method. In 1112, lawmakers lowered it further from 20 to 18 by 2016. In 2021, lawmakers reduced the assessed valuation of class 1 property in 1/2 cent increments per year, from 18% to 16% of its full cash value or limited valuation beginning January 1st, 2022. In 2022, lawmakers passed a bill that would keep the same schedule of lowering it 1/2% increments per year, but would now include lowering it to 15.5 in 26 and then 15 in 27. The lowering the property tax for commercial pushes the cost up on the homeowners and causes raising of property rates to make up for those losses. The homeowners are subsidizing commercial properties. Now we're presented with a budget that's $4 million short and has almost $4 million in new spending. How in any universe is this a good idea? We cannot do a budget today that does not address the, $18 million deficit we're facing next year? We should be looking at no new initiatives, the freezing of all general fund new hires, and the stoppage of all new building projects. Hopefully today we can come together as a board to get the county back on a sound financial footing. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Other comments or discussion by board members?
So I have a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor
I
Bishop.
just wanted to thank Supervisor Johnson. He always has the history of this board because he's been on the board for so long, but that was a good reminder of all the steps that we've taken over the years. And it seems like this board is always fighting really, really hard to lower the property taxes. And most years, that's exactly what we do, is we lower, and now we find ourselves in this situation to where we can't keep lowering property taxes with the threat of not having the possibility to raise sales taxes. And I think Supervisor Gold's made it clear that we're never going to be able to do that as long as he's on the board. So where do we go from here? We have to pay the bills, right?
That's right. You know, I've heard a plan. I've heard where we stand now, and there was a whole lot of red on that first chart. It leads to nowhere but bad places. And then I've heard of a situation that, in my opinion, you know, fully funds our law enforcement at a rate that we've never really seen since probably the override that Supervisor Johnson was talking about. I don't know when that was, probably the 90s.
Yes.
Where we had, you know, the deputies that we needed out there patrolling, where we had the correctional officers that we need. It does lower the rate. and, you know, $250 isn't a whole lot of money, but it's something. Right now, it's 100% funded by property tax, 100% funded on the backs of our taxpayers. I feel that with all of the tourism activity that we see within Mojave County, that it's fair to say that those people from California and Phoenix and Tucson and Vegas and all those other areas that come here to recreate, to enjoy the beauty that we have here, kick in something, and that we capture construction sales taxes. I think that should be a part of the equation. I think that sounds fair. It sounds reasonable. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. And if it doesn't pass, that's fine. But from what we've heard, I would love to hear other ideas to divert the possibility of what we have to deal with potentially next year. So I'm going to make since we've just heard all of this, I'm going to make a motion that we hold a special meeting to talk further about that proposal. If you in the county manager's office would reach out to all the district supervisors' offices to set a date that would work for everybody, go-to meeting or in person before the final budget adoption on the 17th. That would include the alternative proposal for fiscal year 24, which would lower the rate, the assessment rate from 175 to 1.59. It would include small sales tax percentage that would be 100% dedicated to public safety in Mojave County, to hire deputies and adult correction center officers, that it would include the circuit breaker that you talked about, that if any 3 supervisors in the future attempted to monkey with the rate, the property tax rate, that it would cancel out the sales tax rate. So that's my motion, that we hold a special meeting to further talk about that, and hopefully come to some sort of an agreement prior to our July 17th, 2023. That's my motion.
Chairman Lingenfelter, if you don't mind, before the board votes on that motion, I just remind the board that the timeline for the budget adoption. So as we have it before you today, June 5th, adopting the tentative, and then July 17th, adopting the final budget. If we don't adopt a tentative budget today, we need to alter that timeline. And so the latest that the board can adopt a tentative budget would be July 17th. And that pushes final budget adoption out until August 21st. So I just want to make the board aware of that as well.
So is there even really time for a special meeting?
I have a question on that.
Supervisor Bishop.
So if we adopt the tentative budget as presented, we can still make changes at the final budget, correct?
No, we can only go down, we can't go up.
Right, but we could make changes going down.
Right, but you're gonna have to adopt the quarter-cent sales tax today if that's what you're doing. You've got to jump some kind of rate where you're going with just these numbers that are here, correct?
Attorney Esplin, can you bring clarity to that? As far as there has to be a resolution specific to that new component.
Which new component? The sales tax? Well, it's a good idea to pass a resolution. It doesn't necessarily need a resolution, but it is a good idea to do a resolution. But we cannot do it today. It's not agendized for today's meeting.
Right.
So today we cannot do it,
right,
because it's not in the agenda for today.
Is there time to hold a special meeting before what we're required by statute to do?
So first thing we have to do is we have to adopt the tentative budget. And according to what Luke was just saying, how much time do we need to get it published? We have to get enough time to publish. So we would have to get it by the July 17th in order to get it to the August 21st meeting. So I think you could do it at the next board meeting. You could try to schedule it, but at the same time, you'd also want to adopt a tentative budget at the next board meeting. So you could try to do that. There's no time frame necessarily for the adoption of the sales tax. There's nothing that requires that. The time frame is for the tentative budget. This board needs to adopt a tentative budget in time to properly publish for the final budget.
That's where what Supervisor Bishop offered. We would be allowed to approve, and then if we were to approve a small sales tax, just academically speaking, then we would be able to lower the levy rate prior to the final. That doesn't work like that, does it? No.
Mr. Chair, part of the problem is that if you put a sales tax in, and Luke probably knows better than I do, but it probably wouldn't go into effect till what, January of next year? So you're not collecting any money until, so you get a few dollars in January and February, so that's not money you can count on to bail you out of anything. I think the question today is if you're gonna either adopt this tentative budget and go ahead with being 18 million in the hole, or we decide that we're gonna look at trying to solve the problem, because it's gonna be there next year. I don't think that what was presented to us today kind of came as a surprise and it didn't, well, it talked about we're gonna give money to the sheriff, never, we don't know how much money, and that's not coming for another year. It didn't say anything about how we're gonna handle all the rest of our departments that are, IT, the guys that just fixed our desk and all those people, are they gonna benefit too? Is that gonna be enough for them? So I can't support a budget that just goes with leaving us 16 million or 18 million in the hole today.
Thank you, Supervisor. Nor can I, County Manager Elters, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. Just to be clear, if the board adopts the tentative budget that is presented to you today, that is a balanced budget that will take us through FY24, period. We removed the morgue out of the budget. With that, we removed the deficit. So FY24, if the board adopts the budget, the budget that is in front of you in the tentative budget today, we're good for 24. Our concern has always been, and we told you that in the budget workshop, was FY25. And we really, truly did not want to wait to get there to tell you we were going over a cliff. So the board can adopt the budget today. It's balanced, and it's balanced based on the 1.75 property tax ratio, and no morgue project in FY24. It's deferred. The rest of what the budget initiative, new budget initiative that were discussed with the board, including the pay increases for sheriff deputies and detention officer and juvenile detention to try to address that problem, those are in the budget. So we can meet in 2 weeks, we can meet in a month, we can meet in 2 months and prepare additional information for the board to consider any other options, whether it be in a sales tax, an override, a budget override for the public safety, whichever way the board wants to go. But a sales tax is not going to kick in until, as you heard from our chief financial officer, until January 1st of next year. So we have time. But I think it's really important to emphasize that we have a balanced budget, and we would recommend strongly that the board consider adopting it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Elters. I thought Supervisor Johnson, with his historical knowledge, raised a good point. Would everybody be amenable to some sort of a meeting in the future whenever we have to discuss the potential to give your staff time to look into an override, if that goes to the citizens? Something dedicated to public safety, something that would provide a little bit more relief in the general fund. I'm not sure what everybody's thoughts are on that, but I'm for one, I want to get to a point, I've been on this board for 2.5 years, I want to get to a point where we're done with short-term thinking and we're getting to long-term thinking. This problem, as Supervisor Johnson talked about, it didn't just occur in the last 2 years. I mean, it's been years in the making. So, Supervisor Angus.
I'm sorry.
I'll retract my motion to hear yours. Go ahead, Supervisor.
I make a motion that we adopt the FY 2023-24 tentative budget with modifications and set July 17th, 2023 is the date for the public hearing on the final budget and tax levy and truth in taxation, if applicable, and set a special board meeting for adoption of the final budget on July 17th, 2023, following the public hearing.
You've heard that motion. Do I have a second? I'll second that. Is there additional discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson?
Mr. Monahan, tentative budget today cannot be raised?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Johnson, that is correct.
What we're doing today is, that's it. We're $18.5 million in the hole next year. From a balanced budget this year, we are not going to take action today. That is reprehensible to me, but that's all right. Thank you.
I'm actually I can withdraw my second if you have some ideas, Supervisor Johnson.
Well, I mean, there's only one possible recourse, and I'm not sure how it would go, but Mr. Monahan, or Monahan, I'm sorry, I want to call you Luke, but can't pronounce your last name, so. Director, would 32 cents or 34 cents increase in property tax balance that budget out going forward?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Johnson, I do have a slide prepared for balancing the budget with a property tax levy increase. If you could put the slides back up on the board again. Okay, apologies. Apparently I don't have that slide in here. One second. So, Chairman Johnson, the maximum levy rate that the county legally can levy for property taxes is $2.32 per $100 of assessed value. The maximum that the board can raise the property taxes with 3 votes without a unanimous vote is 15% over what the prior year's levy is, and that number is 1.9581. That would balance the current year budget. You would still be looking at a deficit next year of just around $9 million, and that is bringing the contingency down to $10 million next year.
So
Can I ask for some decorum in the audience, please? Thank you.
So in order to balance it, we would need a unanimous vote of the board to go to whatever, 32, 34 cents?
Chairman Johnson, to balance the budget, it would bring it to a net positive of a couple $100,000. That 1.9581, that requires 3 board members to vote yes.
Right, but you said we're still in the hole.
Yes, for fiscal 25.
Right, but if we want to balance the budget, so next year we're to the positive, we would be at 32 or 34 cents, somewhere around there?
You would need to raise it to I believe the calculations I did, you would need to raise it to the maximum legal levy amount, and you would still be looking at a deficit 2 years down the road.
What is the maximum allowable?
$2.3255.
And right now, we're what, 50-some cents below where the state says we're supposed to be?
We are 50, I believe it's 57 cents below the maximum allowable levy limit.
So you're saying if we raised it, geez, you're sure that we'd have to go up 58 cents to break even? We still wouldn't break even?
I don't have the exact value in front of me. Apologies.
I guess with the board, the numbers aren't going to change next year. I mean, they are what they are. I mean, there's got to be some way to cover these debts that we have and continue. You know, people talk about, I think, what the numbers on like we talk about funding the sheriff's department. I think we started out in just 2016, about 12 million for the sheriff, and we're now in this budget, we're at little over 23. So it's not like we haven't been funding the sheriff all this time, and we're still in the same problem. So I don't know if we need to do a different way we're doing it or not, but this will be so much higher next year if we don't handle it this year, because at least this year, if we get some tax coming in, it'll lower that or at least stop the bleeding. I don't know if you want to take a short break to think about it.
Well, my question goes back to Attorney Estlin and Sam Elter. So the presentation, the alternative that I heard, my opinion, I think that's the fairest way forward to pay for everything. It produces a balanced budget. How do we, from a voting standpoint, move forward with something like that?
Chairman Lingenfelter, first off, we have to pass a tentative budget.
I understand that. You keep saying that. I mean, what
do you want me to say then?
Well, I mean, so we heard an additional proposal. What would be the steps in the language to consider that?
To adopt the sales tax initiative, submit a board action form, schedule a date, and put it on the board agenda to vote for it. You can do that at any time. You don't have to do it as part of the budget process. You could do that in December. You could do that in October. You could do that in April. Whatever you wish to do, you can do that at any time.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. It does. Thank you very much. County Manager Elters.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Let me just weigh in and add. So if the board adopts a balanced budget as presented today, that will take us through FY24, and then subsequently the board considers another revenue alternative, be it either a sales tax or an override, it will take effect. It will kick in at some point before July 1st. It will more than likely be January sometimes. Those revenue dollars that are collected will then be added to the revenue stream that we have, and if whichever it is, if it is more than 1 year, there is a potential of bonding against that revenue stream. I mean, so even if we were to proceed, whatever the budget, whatever the deficit ends up being after those revenues are collected, we would have the means to bond against an incoming revenue stream to address a year or two. It would not be the most favorable or effective way, but it would again give the board some flexibility, and that is really what we want as staff at the end of the day, is to not go over a cliff, but ensure that the board has the utmost discretion and flexibility to manage the resources that we have.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
There is no way in hell you're getting a 1/4-cent sales tax, but if you did get one and it's not in this tentative budget, you cannot spend that money. We have to have the money accounted for in this budget. Excess funds that come in cannot be spent.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, I am with you. I'm with you. I truly understand what you're saying. So as we look forward today, Supervisor Johnson, we're seeing a cliff starting on July 1st of 2024, which would be fiscal year 25. But we have a balanced budget in front of you today that we will manage and implement accordingly, and when we will not exceed between now and June 30th of next year. So the board approving the tentative budget today, which is balanced, will carry us through 2024. Those dollars that Supervisor Johnson, you're thinking of would be coming in, would go into our fund balance, would sit there, we would not be able to spend them simply because they would exceed the budget that the board is adopting today. But they would be there to be accounted for the FY25 budget that we would be putting in front of you next year around this time.
Correct, but this balanced budget that we have today is good until next year. And next year when we sit down we have to come up with 18.5 million, and that's just, Mr. Director has upped the debt limit there a few times on us here in the last few days when he's figured out new things, and I'm sure it's gonna go higher by then. If you don't look at increasing revenues, and it's not gonna be a sales tax, it takes so long to put that tax in place and then to collect the property taxes, you're gonna be in worse shape. I don't know how we'll do it. You're gonna be facing bankruptcy.
Other discussion? I believe we have a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, would you reread that motion for the board, please?
The motion was to adopt as written.
Do we have a second?
I believe there already is a second. Did you not second it?
I withdrew my motion so we could. We do have a motion. Do we have a second? What's the pleasure of the board? Manager Elters, just so I'm crystal clear, if we adopt what is presented to us today, which has been agendized today, would we have time to consider alternatives, whether it be an override type of a situation or something, prior to going into next fiscal year budget talks and adopting? Because Supervisor Johnson is right. I mean, there's just no way to cut. You can't cut an additional $18.5 million out of a budget that's already pretty conservative. And I think that we've seen that when we asked the board, the board directed staff to say, okay, put out mandated funding. You know, there was 3 categories, right? In the discretionary funding, there was an $18.5 million of discretionary county funds. So if we adopt what is presented today on our agenda, do we still have time to look at some sort of other alternative for budget, an additional revenue source?
Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you again. As clearly as I can state it, let me summarize it this way. If the board adopts the budget as presented today, it is balanced and it will carry us through FY24 and we will implement it as is. If we get to 24, if we get to June 30th of next year with no additional board action, we will encounter what we already presented to you. If the board between now and then considers other revenue streams and takes action on them, depending on the nature of what the board considers and approves and the timing of it, we will still have a budget deficit in FY25. The question will be, how big will it be? And that I honestly don't know how to quantify for you, Mr. Chairman and board members. What I'm saying though, is if the board says we will take this action that lasts multiple years, that has this revenue stream, whatever that number is, we can go and literally bond against that guaranteed revenue stream to plug in whatever deficit we will face in FY25. And Supervisor Johnson is on the mark, and you all are. We will have deficit in FY25, short of doing today what is being recommended. This is not, pressure technique. It's the truth. That's that we know it. So if the board adopts this budget, we're good for 24. 25 will be predicated on what the board consider and when it will consider it. It won't be any larger than what we told you, and it's not likely to be down to 0, but we will have something to work with, Mr. Chairman and board members, and up to and including bonding to avoid going over a cliff and problems associated with that. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to say, but I'm trying to answer your question to the best of my ability.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Bishop.
After considering everything that's been discussed and with the information that Supervisor Johnson provided, reminding us about how many times year after year that we've reduced property taxes, I think at this time I am willing to make the motion to adopt the FY 2023-24 tentative budget with an increase levy of 1.9581. is set July 17th, 23 as the date for the public hearing on the final budget and tax levy and truth in taxation, and set a special board meeting for adoption of the final budget on July 17th, 23 following the public hearing.
Thank you, Supervisor. I don't think, there was no motion on the floor. That motion died for lack of a second. We have a new motion on the floor from Supervisor Bishop. You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
You've heard that motion in a second.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Additional discussion, Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you. Director, how does that set us up for next year at that rate?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Johnson, give me just a second here. So with that motion, with the levy rate of 1.9581, and this is without deferring the morgue in fiscal 24, that still leaves a deficit of approximately $9 million for fiscal 25. So it basically cuts it in half. And that is also predicated upon decreasing the FY24 contingency balance that we have in the budget at 15 million, decreasing that to 10 million in fiscal 25. We would go into the year with a $54 million general fund balance on July 1st of 2024. And then by the end of the year, we would be looking at a $45 million general fund balance.
Part of the problem I have with approving the budget the way it is we're adding more debt to ourselves. Now, forget the fact that, you know, everybody needs more money and we need to raise our employees' salaries. We're adding over what, just in the sheriff's raises $1.5 million. So it's going to be ongoing to the debt we have. I would like to see the board decide, you know, how long it takes us to come up with a plan that all 5 people can agree to. We're in a situation that, well, they say when you get in the bottom of the hole, quit digging, you know. I mean, where the 5 of us can come up with something. And obviously it's not going to be a sales tax, so it's going to have to be property tax, the only thing we can bring. And if we don't address it this year as a 5-member board, we'll be addressing it again next year as a 5-member board. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what the problem is as far as law enforcement is concerned, we're in a super competitive environment where we have to pay a certain percentage or a certain rate, or we're not going to get people to come and work for Mojave County. They're going to go work for another law enforcement agency. So I don't, and at the same time, that affords us the opportunity to put less deputies on the street. This budget freezes an additional 7 deputy positions. That is de facto defunding the police. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. I mean, when you have less deputies on the street than you had before, and you're going that way, that's going backwards. And we should, I don't know, I'll be quiet. Supervisor Angus.
Thank you. I just want to recap. So the 2 ideas we have is a 1/4 sales tax with a decrease of property taxes of, what does it come out to, about 20 cents, or we raise property taxes by 20 cents this year, and we still have a $9 million deficit at the end of the day. What do you guys? Raise your hand if you think that we should do a sales tax or a property tax. I mean, you guys understand that we can't cut enough to get this. So everybody understands. So, but I just want, these are our 2 options. And this is what we're sort of debating right here. And I think it's clear I think the choice is clear, but I don't know if we're going to get to consensus on it. But I'm not going to raise the property tax. I'm just not.
We have any other discussion?
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, we have
I
Supervisor
withdraw
Johnson's
my-
withdrawn his second. We have a motion on the floor.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Chairman Lingenfelter?
Attorney Esplin.
So you asked the question about, could we, and I'm trying to figure out exactly with this, is at some point, could we pass the tentative budget, but still pass the sales tax, right? I mean, that's what you were asking, correct? At what point?
And if I understand it incorrectly, tell me, but the total tax burden on our citizens, if we went that route, would not be any higher. I mean, it would be no higher than what they're paying under what is presented today. I mean, I'm not going to vote, I don't want to vote to raise taxes. I don't. And I'm certainly not going to vote to raise our property taxes that much. I don't think that that's the best possible avenue to go right now. But some sort of a combination to get away from an over-reliance on primary property tax because, I don't care where you live in Mojave County. If you have droves and droves and droves of people, I mean, I live in Kingman, but if I go down to Bullhead City or Havasu or even up to the Strip area, which is very beautiful, and you try to go to the grocery store, man, there's a lot of like out-of-state license plates, and they buy groceries, they clean everything out. And right now they're recreating on all of your backs. They're recreating on your backs. If they get into a wreck, if they need law enforcement, if they need a deputy, you're paying for their costs if they make a stupid decision. I know that they're not going to pay 100% of that cost, but they should pay something. That's fair. And if we're not going to do that, then shoot, if you got good ideas, serve them up.
Chairman
But I'm not hearing anything.
Chairman Lingenfelter, you're correct. With the quarter-cent sales tax levy, taxpayers, property tax owners would not be paying more. The people, citizens of Mojave County that are currently not paying any taxes, so citizens that do not own property, do not pay property taxes, would be paying additional taxes.
But they still pay their
Directly,
landlord.
they pay through we're going into staff speculation here now that they can't back up.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Moran. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that quarter-cent sales tax levy, just to put it in real dollars, it's a penny for every $4 that somebody spends on taxable items.
Shoot, I'll take California's money. I mean, they want to recreate on the lakes and
Motion to adjourn.
For this discussion point, for how many minutes would you like to adjourn? As far as a recess?
No, I want to adjourn. If we're going to continue to banter the same thing back and forth without coming to a conclusion, we might as well adjourn and send everybody home. We have staff here that has better things to do than watch us.
Sure. Attorney Esplin, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. Does that, excuse me for asking the question, do we hear that? And if it gets denied, we still have to come to a.
So, Chairman Lingenfelter, at some point we still have to come up with the preliminary, we still have to adopt a tentative budget. We still have some time. It could be done at the next meeting. Correct me if I'm wrong, Director Mourning, we have until July 17th to do that, correct?
Well, Chairman Lingenfelter, Attorney Esplin, that is correct. That would be the last day the board could adopt a tentative budget.
So we have until then to adopt that.
So we do have a motion and a second to adjourn. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No.
I have a question for clarification.
Supervisor Bishop.
Are we adjourning the entire meeting or just this agenda item?
Supervisor Gould, was that the intent of your action?
Actually,
your
a better
motion?
thing might be to table this discussion and move along with the agenda.
So we have a motion and a second right now. Do you want to remove your?
I'm going to withdraw my motion and make a new motion
Thank
that
you.
we table this item until June 17th.
Continue until July 17th?
Oh, okay. Continue it to June 17th.
Okay, we have a motion to continue this until June 17th. Do we have a second?
Chairman, if I could have a point of order, June 17th is a Saturday. So we have the next available board meetings on June 19th. We also have one available on July 3rd and July 17th. I don't know if it's a good idea to have the very last day as possible. You may want to look at July 3rd or June 19th, but you do have until July 17th.
Madam Clerk, when is our next meeting?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, it is June 19th.
I modify my motion to continue this item to our June 19th meeting.
You've heard that amended motion. You've heard that second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. I'm going to take a 5-minute recess and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. I have to go to the bathroom.
That's the grandstand. When you get down to the state, you need to change that to where it can be a supermajority rather than unanimous. So I know. I agree. I mean, it's just like all this voting stuff. People just don't understand. There's been so much on both sides of the issue.
I happen to know that some training took place.
We're going to reconvene in about 30 seconds.
And I'd like to know how much money they paid that consulting firm to come in and do that. And I have the name of the consultant.
Yeah, so ask for it, make a FOIA request for that department. Was it countywide?
I'm going to call the meeting back into order. We're going to bump up item number 57. I put this on our agenda. We did meet an executive session for that, but I wanted to invite Senator Borelli. I see that you're in attendance today. If you'd like to approach the podium and basically tell us about your letter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Thanks for this opportunity. I know that letter came out and it seemed pretty heavy-handed, but that wasn't the intent. The intent was to alert everybody to a Senate concurrent resolution that was passed by the majority of the state legislature. For the audience, just for the education, I'm the Senate Majority Leader. I'm your senator for District 30, Legislative District 30. So we passed this out of the Senate and the House concurring. I'm sure you all have read the resolution. It kind of gives a very good timeline of historical fact on the reason why we're alerting these people, alerting to everybody to these details. A lot of people don't understand this because the mainstream media will spin things out of control and not tell the truth and pretty much give mostly misinformation. But back in 2017, the Department of Homeland Security had said that elections are part of critical infrastructure. Right, it has a national security element to that. And of course, in 2018 and 2019, there were Senate hearings where even Senator Harris had said that when they got briefed and they had a display of how electronic voting systems can be hacked, she even said, this is a no-brainer, we should go back to paper ballots, hand counts. Now, I find it ironic that the governor had vetoed a bill that I did to address this issue, which is kind of ironic because it's about cybersecurity. And what I'm saying is we should have the same standards for our weapon systems. When they found a microchip that was made in the People's Republic of China in an F-35, they grounded all the aircraft until they replaced that part. Simple as this. Government equipment has been hacked. There's been cybersecurity breaches by DoD. This is no surprise. There's plenty of source material out there. There was a study that was commissioned by pretty much by actually the Democrat caucus that Dr. Halderman, who actually did an examination of the Dominion machines and ES&S and a bunch of others. And they had determined that there's so much vulnerabilities in there. However, the findings were actually sealed by a federal court. We don't know if these things got fixed. In Williamson County, Tennessee, there was an election there where when they did a forensic examination of the equipment, and they had found, the EAC, Election Assistance Commission, actually found erroneous code on these machines. And of course, even the CISA recognized that and confirmed that there was erroneous code on the machines that caused the tabulation to have misfeeds and misreads and so on and so forth. But the manufacturer said, but we fixed it. Well, here's the problem. When they say they fixed it, we want to make sure. Here is the big issue. There is no oversight whatsoever, not from the Board of Supervisors, not even our county recorder, or even our elections director. Now, let me tell you something. This is not an indictment on Mojave County, on our elections. When I sent this letter out, I'm saying this is everybody in this entire state, because this is a national security issue. If we cannot have free and fair elections, we are in trouble. If these machines are vulnerable to hacking, and even a wireless, which these machines that we do use here, even in this county, do have a wireless capability, we want to make sure that nobody's updating things remotely. Well, when I talk about oversight, I'm going to prove it like this. Let's look at Cochise County. Cochise County Board of Supervisors want to do 100% hand count of all their precincts. Secretary of State's office stepped up there and interfered and tried to intimidate them to stop them from doing that. When the Board of Supervisors proceeded to go forward and do that hand count, remarkably, Mark Elias, Democrat lawyer, he's their big six-gun guy, he sues little old Cochise County. Now, why would Mark Elias care about little old Cochise County? Because the statute states that if a county is going to do 100% hand count of all their precincts, the Secretary of State shall, and I'm paraphrasing, shall provide the source codes to a special master that shall be appointed by the court, and those findings shall be made public to the court and to the Secretary of State. Now, they tied them up in court long enough to run the clock out to the date that they actually had to certify and canvass the elections. You all remember that date because you were threatened with a felony if you didn't certify that on that deadline. There is no oversight. We have a private third-party vendor that has complete autonomy and immunity because you need those source codes to make sure that the equipment is operating properly. The citizens are entitled to that. They're paying for it with their tax dollars. There's no oversight whatsoever. You're constantly being blocked. When the Senate did their audit, we tried to get the source codes from the Secretary of State. She refused. We subpoenaed Dominion. They refused. Well, because they're a private company and we don't have any jurisdiction over them. So, well, and here's something else that's kind of ironic. The governor's vetoing all kinds of cybersecurity legislation, but yet she does an executive order 2023-10 on April 4th, banning TikTok on government equipment. Why? Because data can be mined and taken from government computers and phones. All we're saying is the SCR says it needs to have DoD standards, but here's the other bigger point. There's nothing in statute that mandates electronic voting systems being used as a primary source. There's nothing in statute that says you have to do this. But the media and other supervisors in other counties want to lead people on to believe that myth. It's not a mandate. You don't have to use the equipment. You can do a 100% hand count of all your precincts, 100% hand count of all your ballots, and it can be done at the precinct level. It doesn't take a lot of people. It might take, with every item that's on the ballot, maybe 17 different items on a ballot, it could take about 85 people. 5 people per item. For example, if it's a presidential race, you have 3 counters, 2 observers, and you take that ballot and move it on down the assembly line. We're not talking on one day, because you can tabulate votes all through the election, period. All through the election. You can literally tabulate. So I'm pretty sure I can find at least 100 volunteers that would actually step up and do this. What I'm asking Mojave County to do, and I know there's some debate on, does the legislature have its plenary authority under the Constitution to do this? That's a good debate. I believe we do. But here's the thing. We shouldn't even have that argument. We should be leading by example because we are disenfranchised by the big counties, Maricopa County, and even Pima County. We're being disenfranchised. Piece of legislation that went through this year to actually get rid of the ERIC system. Well, the governor vetoed it. Now we're going to sue because it's illegal. These are the things that's been going on in Phoenix, so we're all being disenfranchised. And, you know, if we need other reasons, I mean, even the SCR says things need to be made in United States or trusted sources. Even Joe Biden said in his Build Back Better plan, Just remember these two words, made in America. But let's also go back down to, you're going to hear the other arguments, the opposing arguments. Oh, it's going to cost too much. I'm sure we can get the volunteers to do the hand counts and do all the legwork on this, all the manual labor. But what costs? That cost has already been paid for. It's been paid for by the blood and treasure of Americans that have gone before me. And you know what? Tomorrow is the 79th anniversary of D-Day. 79 years ago, 18-year-olds, youngest is 18 years old, some even 16 because they lied about their age, joined the service to defend this country and fight in Europe and in the South Pacific. We should not squander that blood and treasure. And I ask for your support to move this on your agenda to comply with a hand count paper ballot. I'm open for questions.
Supervisor Angus.
Thank you, Senator Borelli. I see that Senator Wendy Rogers is here as well. And so I want to thank both of you on your sort of never-ending work on this issue. We know how important it is to you, and it's important to the state, and it's important to us as well. I have some questions. Maybe is Alan Tempert here? Okay.
He's got a great tie on.
Yeah, he's got to go back.
High spirit.
Senator Borelli talked about that you can count all during the voting process. And I don't think that's something that we've talked about. How would you see that working?
Well, Senator Borelli is correct on that. We're allowed to start processing and counting ballots right after early voting starts, which happens to be 27 days prior to the election. Theoretically speaking, early voting happens, people start, ballots run into our office. It doesn't happen that quickly, but you could start, we'll say 27 days out. How could I see that happening? I really don't. There are other reasons I'm not. Ballots are received by the recorder's office. The recorder's office takes ballots that, at the beginning it's just all the early ballot phase. And Mojave County votes 75 to 80% early. 75. We're going to say 76, 77, 78, whatever. It's just under 80% is early ballots. So that means the biggest part of the vote count is already in the tally on election night, by far, because my goal is to always have every ballot that has reached my side of the wall from the recorder's office, which is mostly all of them that have made it to this building, in that count election night. So we need to deal with just election night ballots come election night. And we need to deal with the earlies, the late earlies, that are dropped off at the polling locations. In the last election, I think it was about 7,000 or 8,000, about 8,000 ballots were dropped off early at voting locations. To go to the recorder's office to come back, and thus it takes a couple days to verify and get to me to count, okay? So how we could start counting, that first week's a wash. I think it happens on a Tuesday, happens on a Wednesday, and then by the time they would come in and get to me would be the next week. Okay, so I would literally have I'd have a little over 3 weeks to start processing ballots. I could do that Monday through Sunday or whatever. You know what I mean? It could be a continuous, because we do now. To be able to do it on the machines, to make it work. We're on the weekends doing it as well and what have you, right? Because the work dictates, the volume dictates the work and what happens down and in, right? So bottom line is we could have people, but I don't know how in the world I could get the first week coming in, a whole lot coming in. So I might be dealing with 15 to 20,000, 15,000 early ballots at that time. And then they start dropping off towards the end, like toward the second week. You got the people that are real proactive and ready to fly, and then you got the ones that are kind of in the middle, and you got the procrastinators at the very end, and a whole boatload get dropped off, at the very last couple of days. And voter register works over the whole weekend. to get them to me, and I got people on staff and counting them and stuff. So there'd be a big group of them that wouldn't be counted to start with, because towards the end, because of the procrastinators in this world. You can start them out, but then I'm starting to think, how can I possibly do this? I mean, there's different theories. I've lived something similar to this. It takes five. Okay. But in theory, I think 7's a really good number, and I'm going to tell you why. Okay? I'm going to tell you why. See, people are experimenting with 3 people. One calling, one watching, and one marking. That doesn't really work because the caller might not be watching the marker, and the marker might not be watching whatever. You need to have, I've lived this one time 21 years ago, okay? You need to make that it is legitimate, to make sure that the tally is correct. My biggest part in this whole thing is speed something, all right? That's all we've been hearing, and speed's very important. Who's winning, who's whatever. Accuracy. So let me tell you about people somebody has to have a ballot in front of them. They need a call. You need 2 people watching that call to make sure they make the right call. You got to make sure they're making the bubble for the right guy and not the other bubble, or there's like a little mark or whatever. You need a Republican and a Democrat. Say no different. Be watching. That's 3 people. You need people on a tally sheet, 2 sets of tally sheets. Somebody who makes sure they mark down the right names as they're going through. They then, after every 5, they need to say the word like score or tally to make sure that they're not off. You need people watching those people to make sure they're doing the right tallies. It takes 7 people to do a ballot correctly. It's a lot of people. That's what I'm really overkill in this situation. But if we need the integrity, if we need to have people say that this whole thing is going to be working right and those right tallies are going down, you need that many people. May I tell a little story that I experienced 20 years ago? Yes or no?
It's a brief one, right?
Yeah, okay.
I know you, Alan.
Thank you. I had to recount a race in Pennsylvania with about 65,000 ballots. One race, commissioner's race. It took 2 months to do it. It took 2 months to do it, and I had 10 people working on that. I delayed my coming back to Mojave County for 2 months. I got offered this job and said, I will not leave until I do this and get it done. And Mr. Walker said, fine, and I'm so glad that he did. It's a tough road to hoe. I'm just telling you, I don't know how I can't get enough people to work the voting polls for me, let alone get enough volunteers to help me with other things. I can't get them. I have short polling places. And it's frustrating. Okay. I usually get about 400 to 450 people to work the voting precincts for me. Somewhere in that ballpark. That's my ideal. I'm down and around the mid 300s, and we got people that they're short. That's all I got to say.
Supervisor Angus.
You use that example of your 65,000, but that was all at once. What Senator Borelli is saying is that, I think it's worth investigating. I think it's worth really thinking it out. And so maybe once and for all, we can let our citizens know who don't trust the elections, I believe Mojave County does a great job. Your department does a great job. But I think we need to do some kind of report of exactly what it would take, because you're just thinking off the cuff, and that's not fair. It's not fair. Sure. But if we took some time, did some kind of report, honestly, and that would be how much manpower you would need, how much money you would need, realistically. At least we can present it to the public and say, if this is what you want, this is what it's going to take. And so we'll know once and for all, where we stand. Because right now, it just looks like, things are going to keep going as they're going, and nothing will ever change, and people will stop voting, and we want to make sure that doesn't happen.
We can do that. But you know what? You got to realize, I'm talking about one race. There was an average of 21 races on the general election ballot of 2020. They all got to be done. They all got to be done correctly. I got it. I don't know if we have, I could do sampling. In other words, I could take the test decks from the last 2 elections. I can bring in board of people that help me prepare them, as a matter of fact. I could have them tally them, okay? by hand with a group of people that, like we feel that we need the right number of people to do this, okay? We can see how long it would take, and then we could extrapolate at that particular moment how long it would take, how many people, and how long it would take, okay? We can do it. We have time to do some testing if that's what you all want to do, and we could kind of present down to that. But my biggest concern, and the biggest concern of Senator Borelli, is accuracy. Is it doing it correctly? I'm on the other end of that. I don't know, maybe because I've had such good elections, maybe because I've gone all these years and I've never been off a penny, you know, on any of the testing I've ever done. You know, I even proved that when we were doing the, you know, the recounts and stuff like that. So one thing we got to take into consideration too, I'm sure you have. Hammer-day race? Oh my God, we'd have to do it again by hand. We would have to do 105,000 ballots again, and it can't get done in just a couple of days.
Speaking to the mic here, please. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You know, so that was just an example. You know, Ham-day race, I'm saying, you know, pick that out. We had 2 races, right? We would have to do 105,000 sheets of paper. You know, 85 this last election for us, 105 on the 2020. I'm using my example stuff. So 85,000 pieces of paper would have to be done again. It took me 4 days to do that with machines, 2 high-speed readers, and about 8 to 10 people working 8 hours a day to do it, you know, for the 4 days. To recount ballots that have already been totally prepared, fixed, adjudicated, the whole bit. It was the perfect world, the perfect storm to do that. We're going to have many, many more recounts. The legislature changed the rules. I am in agreement with them, totally, you know, on the proportions of what you need to do a recount, you know. But I'm thinking about trying to do them all over again, you know, for a race or 2. It's that I don't know. You know, you gotta live it. So.
Al, I'm going to open it up to other discussion comments from the board. Any other comments or discussion from the board?
I have a question of
Supervisor Johnson.
Mr. Temper. Obviously, the people you're going to have to get to work are going to be hard to get those people, but you also have to have a Republican and a Democrat at each one. And in the past, I know we got 3 board members up here have been the head of the county party, and I know it was a hard time just finding the one person to come and do it. Do you think you might have a problem getting, I don't know if there's that many Democrats in the county, but you know, enough Democrats and Republicans that had to be approved by the county party, correct?
Supervisor Johnson, Chairman Langenfelder, yes, absolutely. We're going to have a problem finding. It's about a 2/3, 2 Republicans for every 1 Democrat, but if we were to do something like this, we would have to do the best that we can to make it 1-to-1. I am not supposed to. I'm required to balance the boards at the polling places. Equal number of Republicans, Democrats, and, you know, independents that kind of fill in, right? It ain't that way everywhere. Look at a couple of places in this county, you're going to see a whole area full of Republicans and just a Democrat or 2 because you can't get the people. We're going to have an awfully hard time to get a workforce that will do this and dedicate themselves to be able to do this and do it correctly. You know, but Supervisor Johnson, I'm sorry I went long and I said, yes, correct.
Any other discussion points from the board? We've got 2 other individuals that would like to speak on this item.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Go ahead, Senator Borelli.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Temper's right. It took them months to do that with 10 people, 80,000. But we're talking, you have a whole period to get these done. Now, here's the other important thing that you're kind of overlooking. Notice I said primary method. If you want to use a tabulator to run it through as to check it out, like you go to the bank, you throw $20 bills on the counter, the teller's counter, they count them out by hand, and then they put it through one of those little counting machines. So you want to run it through a tabulator, you can do that. That's your secondary. But the evidence, if there's a discrepancy, you go back to the paper, because that's the actual vote. That is the legal document of the ballot, of the vote. And one of the other things is accuracy is more important than speed. And we can get enough volunteers to get into your count room. Like I said, 5 people, you say 7, that's great, I like it, it's good. Well, I'm sure we'll get enough volunteers for that. But once again, the elections don't belong to us. They don't belong to us. They belong to them people. Standing right behind us. It's their election. They need to, and I agree, they need to step up and volunteer. They need to step up and volunteer. Buster joined the Army. I joined in the Marines. People, you all stepped up and volunteered to run for office. I'm sure a lot of them behind me will step up and volunteer also. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Mr. Wayne Hollins. Probably stay close, Alan, just in case.
Wayne Hollins, Golden Valley. I'm registered as an independent, mainly because I don't trust the politicians of any party as far as I could throw a rock at them. So who am I going to trust to count that vote and make sure my vote was counted accurately and correctly? I never thought about this before Mr. Trump came along. Never even crossed my mind, and I probably didn't even have that same opinion of politicians. Since then, I don't trust them anywhere near my ballot. I don't trust the Democrats much more, but so who's going to count my vote unless you run it through that machine? The machine I trust more than the people. Here, 2 for you, 1 for me, 2 for you, 1 for me. You know, they can check that after if there's a problem with the machine. And then we're talking about the machine being made with American-made parts. Well, as politicians, why in the hell did we ever have them made by somebody else? Didn't they have politicians back then when we got computers and did that? And why don't we make the laws that protect the people? All the problems that was with the elections since 2016, most of them been BS for that matter. None of them been proved or what have you. And now I got to trust. You don't have my trust. I want my vote counted. I want it counted properly. All the problems that we had in Arizona, they should have been checking out those machines and making sure the paper was the right size and it counted the thing before we ever had a vote. Finding out afterwards is I don't even have a word for it. Ridiculous. Count the votes, count them accurately, count them the same year they're cast. If you do it by hand and it takes you months, come on. We all deserve an accurate count, proper count, and that's all I'm saying. I don't care who you vote for. Doesn't really matter as long as your vote is counted and we trust that it's counted. Without that trust and integrity, why the hell are we even voting? Why do we even have a constitution? We don't have trust and integrity, then I don't care what party you're in, you shouldn't be there. So let's not make it any more difficult than it already is. Just count the damn vote. Let everybody vote that should vote, as long as they're legal, and count their vote. Pretty simple to me. I don't understand what the damn problem is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chris Rodarte.
I'm Chris Rodarte, Mojave County taxpayer, and I'm not entirely opposed to this item. I hardly agree with hand counting ballots, and I'm not opposed to machines and equipment that are made in America. with election oversight. I mean, this is absolutely a well-intentioned resolution, Senator Borelli. And speaking for myself, I think voters are disgusted and disenfranchised enough to volunteer to physically count ballots. I'd be there. But my argument is, why are we wasting our time and resources discussing and debating bills regarding election machinery when we should be more concerned about the real election integrity? And in this regard, I'm a broken record. I perhaps my naivety is showing, and you're probably tired of hearing this, but I have a simple 6-point plan, and it's in-person voting, small neighborhood precincts, voter ID required, no more motor voters, paper ballots counted by hand in the precinct where cast, absentee ballots only for military, elderly, or the ill, requested by the voter in writing, one-day voting on election day only, none of this early voting. And this is my opinion. This is where I believe the state of Arizona, Mojave County should be expending our taxpayer efforts, not band-aiding a broken system with baling wire and duct tape. And why do we tiptoe around this issue? We're making end runs, taking baby steps. Let's just take the plunge and fix it. Abandon the current system of machines. I know that'd be radical and just really crazy, but let's just do something like this. Let's take a real stand. I mean, we need to make elections real again before our republic is lost. And thank you for listening to my 2 cents.
Thank you, ma'am. That was the last speaker. Additional comments or discussion from the board?
Senator Rogers looks like.
Oh, excuse me, Senator Rogers, please come to the podium. Thank you for being here today.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, I'm Senator Wendy Rogers from Flagstaff, and it was a pleasure to drive over here this morning. I actually represent 4 counties. Coconino, so I can send you some Democrats, no problem. Navajo, Gila, and Pinal. I don't know if you ladies and gentlemen realize, but in this room right now is a real historic opportunity. What Senate concurrent resolution did in Arizona was to have the state legislature reclaim our plenary power, plenary, absolute power as a state legislature per the U.S. Constitution to decide time, manner, and place of federal elections. Not state, federal. And I know all of you know this, but I'm reiterating it for the audience. We tried to pass a Senate bill, SB, which was vetoed, that would have reclaimed the power, as it were, of state elections. But the SCR didn't require the governor's input. And so it was passed by the Senate and the House and transmitted to not the governor, but the Secretary of State. But it's up to you counties to be able to implement that. I know they say the state legislature is the closest to the people, and we are close to the people, but you at the county are the implementers. You at the county run the elections. And you, as Mojave County, have a distinctly historical opportunity here to lead in Arizona. Because Arizona right now is the only state which has a state legislature that has passed a continuing resolution to reclaim its plenary authority to determine time, manner, and place per the U.S. Constitution of federal elections. So you, 5 supervisors, have this unique historic opportunity to implement this SCR. And I do a lot of national interviews and podcasts, and I get asked, can the 49 other states do it? And my answer is they need to. And I believe they will follow Arizona's example. But Arizona won't do it until the counties do it. And the counties won't do it until one heroic county starts doing it. And that's you. You have the chance to lead. And for someone to say it can't be done, I don't accept that. 250 years of blood and treasure. And the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marine, and Coast Guardsmen, they never said they couldn't do it. They did it. It's about the mission. And maybe that's why you see Borelli and Rogers trumpeting this, because we both retired from the military. I'm a 5th generation military officer. Our son is a Marine, not Air Force. He thought it was too soft. Is the 6th generation. My husband is retired military. My dad, my grandpa, all the way back to the Civil War. They would be rolling over in their graves if they heard us say we can't do this. We have to do it. I sat here for 3 hours this morning hearing all manner of issues here in Mojave County. And you know what I was struck by? Everything I heard was as a result of the election in one way or another. And I sit as the chair of the Senate Elections Committee, so I have been privy to all of the data sets presented of how corrupt and mismanaged Maricopa County's election was. And Maricopa County has roughly 65% of the electorate in Arizona. And they have disenfranchised my 4 counties. And they have disenfranchised you. We need to take our state back. And if we can't split up Maricopa County into 4 counties like we tried to do with another bill that got vetoed, then we have to do it here with our rural counties. This may be likely our last chance. We are on the precipice. We are being invaded on the border. Our economy is crumbling. One of my sheriffs in Navajo County, a Democrat, Sheriff Klaus, tells me daily how he's inundated with fentanyl and illegal immigrants. And he's grappling with that every day. Every state now in America is a border state. And everybody in America, believe it or not, looks to Arizona because we're at ground zero. We're at the pointy tip of the sword. And guess what, Mojave County? You're at the pointy tip of the sword. So I charge you with what I think, in all humility, I will say, is your responsibility to lead as a county, and to implement this SCR, which says that the machines are corruptible, they are accessible by nefarious nation-state actors adverse to the U.S. More and more information is coming out daily. And I ask you to lead, to implement this, whether it appears as a paper ballot for the federal election versus the machines for the state. Ideally, we would ask that you put the state and federal races on paper. Build it, and we will come. I will send you Democrats from Coconino County if you need them. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions for the senator? Questions for Senator Rogers? Senator, I have a couple of questions for you. I think the vote by mail thing was never meant to be that should be for people that just can't make it to the polls.
Agreed.
And then the voter ID, common sense. Voting, in my opinion, is a privilege of citizenship. And for that reason alone, you should have to show your ID if you want to vote. I know that the legislature has taken some actions with regard to some of these things, but what is the legislature doing right now as far as continuing to push on decreasing or eliminating as much as possible vote by mail, showing voter ID, these types of things. And if you're getting vetoed, what types of things can the legislature do? Because all of us at the county level, we're looking to you as well as our pointy end of the sword to escalate this stuff into the court system.
Mr. Chair, supervisors, great question. Every single election integrity bill that we have advanced through the legislature has been vetoed. Elections have consequences. We have a 1-vote majority, and despite that, we've been well-led, we've been cohesive, we've been united. In fact, I would argue that the state legislature has been the adult in the room in Arizona. But we've been, had everything quashed by the governor's office. So and I get asked this a lot by my constituents, well, Rogers, what are you doing? I mean, everything's gonna get vetoed. We still try. We still have hearings. We still get the data out into the public domain, as I said in our elections committee, which has done yeoman work. And so we get it through the Senate. We get it through the House. We send it up to the governor's office because that's what the voters sent us to the state legislature to do. But again, I hearken back to the fact that because there was so much corruption and so much fraud in the Maricopa County run elections, we now have that person in the governor's seat. And that's where we are. We continue to fight. Every day, we must fight. The day we stop fighting, we lose. They want you to stop. We will not stop.
I appreciate that. From my chair, it looks like the state legislature needs to rein in Maricopa County because I think a lot of the people, both in the audience and behind the dais here, think that there's some funny business that happened down in Maricopa County. And that's what you need to rein in. And how do you rein it in? I think eliminating as much as you can the vote by mail, baloney, the voter ID stuff. And if the governor's office isn't going to work with you, then how do you find a strategy to escalate it into the court system? Mojave County, I don't think, is the problem. We're one of the brightest red counties in a hopefully still red state. I've been a Republican since I was 18 years old, card carrying. And I love my party, I love the values, and the fact that we don't stand on shifting stand and go with trends that are just, these days, just insane. We stand for something, and we stand for the legacy that the people that went to war and shed blood and the Constitution, that's a part of who we are as conservative Republicans. And we take it very seriously. But I don't think Mojave County has ever had a problem. I mean, we have done a stellar job here in Mojave County under Allen over the past 21 years. Our elections have been solid. And I want to support you. This is just speaking for myself, but we just got done with a discussion that shows next year we're going to have an $18.8 million deficit. And I don't know exactly how much it would cost. It's easy to get up and say we're going to find volunteers, and sure, you'll get some more volunteers. But really taking a hard look at what exactly it would take. As my colleague stated, how many personnel would it require? What's the time period that those personnel would be required? What's the cost? Because I don't think anybody here disputes that it would be a little bit more. I don't know how much more. Those are the types of things that I'm trying to weigh because I do think that you're right. I think I would agree with you that voting machines are just an instrument to carry out an election. And the real thing that we're trying to solve here, whether it be Arizona or some of the other states, is voter trust. And a lot of people don't trust those machines. And so that's the real question. How do we increase voter trust?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, you brought up two really interesting points. But for you, a trustworthy, straight up, well-oiled machine, well-run county. That's why I'm here today. Because you are that. Because you are a reliable county. Because the rest of the state conceivably, arguably, can look to you. Because you're reliable. So I'm here to charge you, humble Mojave County, to lead the way. And secondly, you asked, well, how can you get counties, Senator, state legislature, to do right if you can't get bills passed? There was the Senate concurrent resolution, which was this little-known, nuanced part of the state constitution that gave us that opportunity. And it was Senator Borelli's brainchild. And he would come to me month after month, and I'd say, are we going to talk about this? And he'd say, we're going to wait. We're going to wait to talk about it. Because it's a subtlety. It's a nuanced way to get the will of the people through without requiring the imprimatur of the governor. And we did that. And so you have this construct of a Senate concurrent resolution, which is the old Arizonans of days of yore thought that up and put it into the state constitution. Little did they know that we would have this inflection point in history 100 years later, where that vehicle, that construct, that little nuanced part of the state constitution could provide an opportunity to reclaim the time, manner, and place determination of the federal election. And I tell people every day, you don't know what strand of yarn is going to unravel the skein. But that just may be it. Because I'm a woman of faith. And unless you keep trying everything you can, an SCR here, to strike a bill here, to get rid of Eric on another bill, I mean, we are really trying. And you get all the info, the data sets from the elections out into the public domain about all of the rapid clicking of the signature verifications, which of course was not humanly possible to do that quickly. All these data points are coming to light because we keep persevering. And so this is where you come into the drama.
I've got a follow-up question with what you just asked, and it's just because I don't know. Until I received the letter, I was not aware of this little carve-out in our state constitution. It's U.S. Constitution.
Well, the SCR being in the state constitution.
State constitution as well,
Yes,
right?
sir.
So that being the case, even if the governor has vetoed what our legislature has approved and adopted, how is there not a process to escalate that into the court system?
Well, the SCR didn't require her input for the federal election piece. But the state election piece was a Senate bill that she vetoed.
Yes.
So
I'd like to ask Senator Borelli as well if
Sure.
he has a strategy for escalating this into the court system.
Well, let's just use Cochise County as the example. They ran out the clock. They prevented the County Board of Supervisors, their elections director, their recorder from doing their job. They sued them. So, I know we're not supposed to gamble here in Arizona, but I bet you $100. If you move to go with a 100% hand count of all your precincts, which basically complies with this resolution, and do a paper ballot, hand count, I bet you're going to get sued. If they want to sue, fine. Bring it on. Because I've got an army behind me that's ready to fight. So, hope that answers your question.
Thank you,
I
Senator.
don't want to go into too much other strategy because I like to let the enemy not see me coming.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions or discussion from the board members?
Well, and one other thing.
Senator Rogers.
Senator Borelli spoke to the three branches of government in a way. Of course, we know it's the executive, the judiciary, and the legislative. Guess which one is the strongest? The legislative. Why? Because we are so many cats that have to be herded. But when we're united, we are the strongest. So we stand with you.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
I move that the Mojave County Board of Supervisors instruct our election director to form a plan to implement a hand count of the ballots of the 2024 election.
You've heard that motion.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Do we have additional discussion?
I have a question without cost, without anything.
Supervisor Johnson?
I thought I heard Supervisor Angus talk about bringing back some information from the election director. You're talking about today is just to start hand counting all of our elections. Is that right, Supervisor Gould?
Supervisor Johnson, no, it was for him to form a plan to do it and bring the plan back to us.
Can you read back the motion to me? It didn't sound that way to me. That's why I was confused.
The motion was to direct the elections director to form a plan to hand count the 2024 election.
Okay, and my question is, the attorney, that's not ordering that to be done, it's just coming back. Is that the way you're reading it or hearing it?
I can amend it also.
It'd be best just to clarify.
Let's see.
Track my second.
Supervisor Angus retracts her second to allow you to modify.
And return that plan to the Board of Supervisors for approval.
Thank you.
Second.
You've heard that amended motion and second. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Guys appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We're going to move up one additional thing. It's item number 53. It's a public hearing. So I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 53. We have a number of speakers that have signed up to speak. The first to the podium is Kimberly James, please.
Good afternoon now.
You have to flip it over, I think. If it's, there you go.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Kimberly James, Topak, Arizona. The rezone approval of the land in question should be rescinded and zoning returned to the previous designations for the following reasons. The SDC classification requirement that the zoning proposal must, not may or should, be acceptable to the commission and recommended to the board under section 25 of Mojave County zoning ordinance was not met. The Planning and Zoning Commission did not accept nor recommend the proposal and instead unanimously voted to deny. The vote to approve the rezoning request by the Board of Supervisors should not have been allowed. This is the only zoning designation that requires and has that statement in it because of the SD designation. The applicant submitted a conceptual plan significantly different, from the proposal being made simultaneously. Oh, thank you. By outside sources, thereby nullifying the applicant's signature representing truth and disclosure. The contrary information was written, disclosed, and distributed to potential investors as early as January 2023. Excuse me, that's what that document shows there. Before the rezoning process was even underway, and continued to be disseminated into May. The project description includes approximately 180 man caves, RV sites, and a concert venue to be attended by owners and campers that explain the overlap in conceptual parking spaces. The document distributed to investors, however, listed the planned number of man caves as 500, not 180, and let's see, the capacity of the venue at 20,000. The map provided in the rezone application intentionally omitted the 20,000 capacity. For example, this is the document that was distributed in the beginning of January 2023. And the same map was given to the Planning and Zoning Commission that excluded that 20,000 capacity wording. See, it's missing there. Okay. At the conceptual level, this level of discrepancy is highly deceptive and likely intended to obtain the special development zoning needed to proceed. Supervisor Gould, you specifically supported the SD zoning in your comments that the proposed project is approximately 180 storage units with covered RV ports, and that the concert venue looks to only be able to serve the guests since there is no large parking areas. We were all deceived. This site is not adequate for the intended action. The applicant has formally disclosed that they have severed ties with Ryan Rodney, and without an active developer or conceptual plan, the SD element designation is not justified. Protocol was met to reconsider the vote by the board. The application states that the decision should not become effective until at least 30 days after the vote, and the board is still within its right to reconsider the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Eddie Arzami?
You can hand something to the clerk if you'd like to.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. My name is Mehdi Azarmi. I'm from Fort Mojave, Arizona. I just wanted to share my experience in Topak, Arizona. Legacy Foundation board members, they asked me to be to volunteer myself and my resources to build a park in Topak. I can tell you that, we gathered a long list of, business people, trades and all that, and work on this park that was going to be the only park in Topak. And I can tell you that, before, during, and after the park was completed, we had opposition. We had objection about the park. And that was the only park that they had in Topak. Having said that, we couldn't understand what was going on because we had about a mile of sidewalk for running and jogging, exercise equipment, pickleball and all that. And yet, still, we had that opposition. Going further than that, during the course of construction, which was a whole bunch of volunteers working, I recommended that we would be able to have a 100 feet by 100 feet dog park right next to the park in the government land, which basically was under the control of the group. And it was rejected because my idea was that, if you don't have a dog park right next to the park is going to become dog park. And I'm just telling you this because I'm saying that no matter what kind of project is presented to you, there are always opposition, there are always, people that are not looking at the bigger picture, that, what is this project is going to bring to, the community. I mean, the way I see it is that, when would be the next time that a project in this magnitude, which I don't have any vested interest, I don't know who the principals are or investors are, on anything like that, but I can see the volume of the project that's going to be there is going to be supporting the employment, short-term and long-term. It's going to help, the local fire department. It's going to help the school. It's going to help the gas station. Gas stations. It's going to help the restaurants. It's going to help that even a small hardware store that they have and the people in general. So, when's the next time that you're going to see $50 million or I don't know, $100 million coming to Topac, Arizona? So I just want to make sure that, we look at the bigger picture, and I hope that, you understand that, as a old or past, commissioner of the Mojave County, and again, in the past, I think for 4 years, I was the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as, the Land Use Review Committee. I can assure you that this item is consistent with the land use ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. C.L. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I'm here to say I would like to deny the request of adoption of Resolution 2023-063. This rezoning application was submitted in January 23, and the project has been since withdrawn by the developer. And if that is true, then he has to wait a year per your ordinances to reapply for a rezoning. And the change in the zoning should revert back to the original and be denied. Why allow a landowner to rezone property for a proposed project, then back out and reap the rewards of a zoning that increases their land value? Regardless, this zoning change still stands as not similar and not consistent to the neighboring properties. Mojave County General Plan states for outlying communities in Goal 15 and 16, land use compatibility. The land use diagrams reduces the potential for locating incompatible land uses adjacent to one another, and that can adversely impact the community's characteristics. Flexibility to allow development within the general plan based on local resident input. It also states Section 37A in your zoning ordinance, special uses to be essential or desirable to the public convenience or welfare and are in harmony with the various elements and objectives of your general plan. Listen to the Topac residents and please vote to return this to the AR and RE residential zoning. Furthermore, Arizona Supreme Court, Phoenix versus Fellner in 1961, judged spot zoning unconstitutional, an illegal process of singling out a parcel of land for the use of classification totally different from that of any surrounding area and for the benefit of the owner of such property and to the detriment of other owners. How is this resolution any different? The migratory corridor located beside this property is habitat for federally and state listed endangered birds, reptiles, and desert tortoises. These parcels were tagged as desert tortoise habitats by Arizona Game and Fish in February 23. Let's see environmental impact reports conducted by qualified biologists to protect these endangered species. Mr. Gould, our district supervisor, you have failed us miserably in this process by not listening to our concerns and not representing our community. You should not alter our distinctive rural character for your neighborhoods and disrupt our quality of life to help your friends and the landowner. This zoning denial does not hurt the landowner's use potential as they can build other things, homes, adult foster care, just not the special uses that will ruin the community and the rural charm of Topac. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Don Lynch. Don Lynch.
I have nothing nice to say.
Rick Bishop.
Hello, my name's Rick Bishop. I'm a resident of Topac. Despite many of our suspicions as to what is really happening behind the scenes and why our town has continue to stay vigilant with efforts to oppose this. There's a letter in that is written in their handbook that is written by Leo Biscotti, and this letter has his letterhead from the state, his signature, this right here. He's the landowner of this property. And this is by far illegal. He's not supposed to be involved in this. This is corrupt in so many ways. This property right here, it starts at this corner right here, comes right on down through the middle of this, comes out here. There's a 30-inch gas line that goes through this property. You cannot build anything on that on each side for, I think it's 15 or 30 feet. So that cuts that sucker right in half. Where they've got their RVs and stuff on this far corner over here, they can't put them there. All of that's null and void. Where it comes down through here where they got their venue, all of this parking and everything is null and void. So this whole thing is a sham. And then to have a secret meeting on the day before all of this is another sham. So I think this whole thing is a ripoff. I think you guys need to get yourselves together.
Next up, Marilyn Levin.
Good afternoon. I'm a 37-year resident of Topak, and I have a question. I'd like a show of hands. How many of you with voting power have physically seen the placement of this proposed project? Okay. All the maps, all the renderings that I have seen until this one never showed the school. The school is this little tiny dot, and their boundary is the street, a small neighborhood street that divides their boundary to the parking lot of the school. If you look further, because the original ones, the original rendering showed surrounded by raw land. This one shows the housing that is right there. This is open desert land. This entertainment center, amphitheater, whatever you want to call it, in that open desert, the noise travels for miles. Would you like this in your backyard? If your answer is yes, then come and move into our area, because that's what you're going to be putting down for us. Excuse me, please. I'd like to tell you that their paperwork says that their entertainment venue will handle 10 to 20,000 people. This is a community that has this much of the sheriff's department's time. We're going to need full-time crews to manage those kinds of crowds. That's a major expense. You can't just plunk this here and then expect us to deal with the rowdiness, because let's face it, it's a concert. People don't sit quietly like they sit in your audience here. Surrounding, they really can't, there's no area here that they can be where they echoing. We won't be able to hear our televisions. I'm 2 blocks away from it. And I think that needs to be considered. I had more to say, but my time has run out, and I thank you for your time. But you truly have no business voting for this unless you truly believe it wouldn't bother you in your backyard.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Ryan Rodney.
Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter and fellow supervisors, for providing another opportunity to address your concerns and our continued willingness to work with the community of Golden Shores, TOPOC, and this government body in hopefully finding a common ground for us all. When looking back over the last 10 months, we want to be clear and concise of our intentions and our goals. Our intention has always been to become part of and work with this community, just like we have in Lake Havasu, not to be exclusive, but inclusive. We pride ourselves on the community that we've built in Lake Havasu and have become, in my opinion, great partners of paying back the generosity that the city and the county has brought to us and our tenants at our Riverbound facility. Many of our testimonial videos bring a fair amount of light to what it's really like to be a part of the Riverbound family. And we would like to push that out as much as we possibly can because of the amount of gossip and misinformation that is unfortunately being put out there. Our community has helped increase the commercial tax base, boosting tax revenue while continuing our commitment to the community through charities, hosted and sponsored events for the benefit of the city, while remaining responsible business owners by paying our bills and our fees on time. We continue to deliver on the promise we made to the Board of Supervisors in 2018, and after 5 successful years, a community of like-minded people can call it truly a one-of-a-kind facility, one that is not half-baked, and a development that has and is continuing to be built with class, care, and craftsmanship. I'm also here to provide some personal insight and make public our approach to this particular project. First, this remarkable property started with a core market principle. There was a willing seller and a willing buyer, with neither being under any obligation, exactly how the free market was designed. We played by the rules and didn't cross any moral or ethical lines. We came in first and foremost with a show of good faith, effort, sacrifice, and fair dealing, and followed the rules and processes. We pride ourselves on the reputation we have earned and the great relationships that we've built, and I stand here today to defend that.
Thank you, sir. Gary Kirchner. Gary Kirchner.
Chairman, members of the board, I must apologize because I put down for the discussion of Gene Bishop's 55 in Golden Valley, even though it sounds like it's the same issue, a little different.
I'll call you back up for item 55. Thank you very
that.
much,
Thank
sir.
you.
Appreciate that. Jennifer Esposito.
Jennifer Esposito. I hope that everyone can see that. This is a meme that was circulating at the Arizona legislature. It's pretty amazing when, just as a candidate for county office, that it was shared with me. And I want to go on the record and say that I don't believe that Supervisor Angus or Supervisor Gould had any nefarious intent in voting for this in the past. The problem is, in politics, optics, it matters, right? It matters. It matters especially to people who have dedicated years of their life to public service and, you know, have an intention to continue to do that. When something that the Planning and Zoning Board did not recommend be passes, and it benefits someone when there's a whole, you know, circle of endorsements and things going on, and everybody in different positions and whatnot. The mere appearance of impropriety or cronyism or favoritism, it doesn't sit well with the people, and it's now apparently made us the laughingstock of the legislature in some way if they're all sharing this meme to each other on their phones. So you have an opportunity here to go back and do the right thing, and I want to point out that with the sheriff stretched as far as he am, by the way, I know how to solve your budget problem without raising taxes, but with the sheriff stretched as far as thin as he is, you really don't need to put an additional burden on the sheriff's department for large events and things that are going on which might deprive other people in other districts of sheriff services. So I'd just like to remind you that Article 2, Section 2 of the Arizona Constitution states, and I quote, "All political power is inherent in the people, and governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed and are established to protect and maintain individual rights." The governed does not consent to having this particular project in their backyard. And I think that the rights of the people who have who purchased their properties with certain ideas about how they were going to live and what kind of peace they would have in their neighborhoods. I think that the consent of the governed is extremely important here. So you have the opportunity, now that you know better, you have the opportunity to do better. I don't think there was anything nefarious, but I just want to say it's pretty bad when this is literally, you know, being passed around because it looked like something that I don't believe that it was. So you know better, you have more information. These people have come to you repeatedly and asked for you to do what they consent to and not what they don't consent you. And I would hope today that you would take that into consideration and oppose the rezone for this property. Thank you.
Last signed up speaker is Joy Bancroft.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Supervisors. First, let me say, Mr. Bishop, there was no secret meeting. These people are available to you anytime you want. Anytime. I could talk to any of these people anytime. So anyway, this has been a very long process, and like Senator Rogers says, fight, fight, and fight. And I appreciate your patience. But we learned that this developer was out of the picture. So please, someone tell me what the heck is going on here. And so we all planned, you know, to talk about that based on that he was out of the picture. And so we thought we had a win, and that was a really good thing for us. But here comes this rezone we still have to vote on here today. And I don't want it to go to commercial one way or the other. I don't want a venue, and I don't want some owner to be able to have the option to invite any developer to come in and put this type of project in our city, our community, I should say. So I don't want any developer to have carte blanche down the road, including Mr. Rodney. Sorry, no offense. But so to me, if you're gonna leave it at a C zoning and it gets approved, there's no project in place. We don't know what the project is. So please consider this denied because nobody knows what the project is here. So give us an opportunity as a community to be informed. And as long as it's going to be a C, some sort of commercial property SDC, then, you know, we don't want anything to do with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Second call to the public. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on item number 53? Third and final call. Ma'am, can you? Thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody that has not been to the podium on item number 53 for the third read? Sir, come down. And the gentleman with his hand up in the black shirt, I'll call on you next. Thank you.
My name's Larry Dante, Topok resident. I was part of this meeting yesterday, and we read a letter that the developer had pulled out of the deal. That the developer pulled out of the deal. So that means, according to that SC definition, cannot go forward because there is no developer to pursue it right now. It has to come back. Now, we asked to get a copy of this letter yesterday, and we were denied. But there was a written letter that the developer pulled out of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you want to come down? You state your name for the record.
Scott Kirksey. I'm a resident for a long time at Topok, and I would like to address on what my friend Marilyn said, the school being across the street from his property. I spoke at the meeting in Golden Shores, and they said the project was going to start where Monarch Street was, which is about a third of the way down the property shown here. Where is the actual first trailer shown in the green picture of property being across the very front of the project is a line of trailers, which would put them right on Thule Avenue. Thule Avenue is a single little road that goes between the school and the project. And then at the other meeting, they said it was going to be, I think, 1,200 or 1,400 feet from the school. That's impossible to happen. The front door of the school is only probably 60 or 80 feet from the actual asphalt of the road. So there's absolutely no way. We keep getting all this misinformation. And when are they just going to come out with what they're really doing? This paper today passed out. I don't know if it was by the developer or by opponents, but one thing, whoever put it out, it's from January 1st, which is pretty irrelevant to so we don't really know what's going on. And my other issue is they said they wanted to be part of the community and inclusive. Reading from their literature here, if it is theirs, we are negotiating a deal with Topok 66 to use their marina with VIP services for our project owners and visitors in the forms of exclusive boat launch passes for their patrons. If you want to be part of the community, you don't put this crap out that it's only for your people and not for the community. That sort of tells you you're a little off base with what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Supervisor Angus.
Thank you. I'm very confused right now. We got a letter on Friday from Titus, Bruckner, Spittler, and Schultz, who are the lawyers for Talos Venture Partners, who are the applicants in this rezone. And what it says is that they desire to update the Board of Supervisors that Talos's intended private land sale agreement with a potential buyer is no longer proceeding and has been canceled. Furthermore, the riverbound, lakebound land use development project that has been previously submitted and proposed by the prospective buyer will not be moving forward. So since Talos is the applicant, I don't really see how your involvement, and if there's a dispute between the landowners and the developer, that is really not part of our decision today. That's how I see it. And I do have some questions for Tim Walsh. Tim, a couple of questions from the homeowners from Golden Shores. And one, there is a special regulations for special development for ST zones. And this was zoned under that special designation, right? And it does say, special development zone will be used in combination with RCM zone classifications and will be permitted only where parcels of land of 3 acres or more under singular or joint plan developments. The zoning proposal must be acceptable by the commission and recommended to the board by the procedures as required by this ordinance. Is that different than what any other? So what I'm asking is, are they correct in that it had to be approved by planning and zoning and recommended as such to us?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Angus, it's a great question, and I believe there's a couple of issues with that. So each item that comes before the planning and zoning, and is proposed to the department does go before the Planning and Zoning Commission. So it does go to the Planning and Zoning Commission. They then make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. The Planning and Zoning Commission themselves do not have that legislative ability to approve or deny a specific rezone. They make a recommendation to the board. The board is the legislative body that then makes that determination.
Why would it be in here then? I mean, why is it specifically like this when that is the usual way, right? It's an advisory board, they make recommendations, but why does it say here that it must be acceptable to the commission and recommended to the board?
And that's a good question, and I don't have a specific answer to why it is in there. As far as acceptable to the commission, I guess that could be determined, legally. Okay, what is acceptable to the commission? Is it the application to the
unanimously against? I mean,
I'm sorry. As far as the application goes, here's the presentation to the commission. On the opposite end of that. The zoning ordinance is an ordinance that is adopted by the Board of Supervisors, and therefore any ordinance that the supervisors, and I'll lean on Attorney Esplin on this one, but my understanding is if the Board of Supervisors establishes that ordinance, they can make those exceptions to that ordinance as well. So I believe there's coverage there as far as why that language is in there. I don't know that why it's specifically says it that way, but I think there is reasoning for allowing the commission to deny it, but it's still come before the board for
I don't know, that's not what it says. But the other thing I wanted to ask you is, since this special, and it's special because it's flexibility in its use, was attached to a specific project, and as of now, the project is no longer, how could this remain on that property? Would we ever give this kind of designation to just a landowner that came and say, hey, I want to sell my property. This is what I want to do with it. I don't have a potential buyer, but can I do this? Would that ever happen?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Angus, yes. The special development zone is not specific to a specific project. It's specific to that land and the type of use being proposed for that land. So because in this specific instance, the combination of an RV park, storage units, and an outdoor venue were all combined, we don't have a zone that combines all three of those. So because those three uses were being proposed together, the special development zone is what was used in order to be able to combine those. So they're not specific to a particular project, but rather the joint use of those three uses being combined together for one parcel.
Okay, and now for the legality. I believe I made a mistake. And if I vote today to deny this, as the reconsideration states I can, are there any legal ramifications for the county? Because it is after the 30-day.
I will defer to Attorney Esplin on that question.
Well, whenever we're determining whether we could be responsible or not, we're looking at a level of risk. There is risk, yes. There is risk that the county could be sued. Whether they can succeed or not, that will be for the court to decide. We have arguments to suggest that it can be. They have arguments that suggest that it cannot be. But there is a risk here. There is. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. There is a risk that we could be sued, that it has vested, that the process has not gone through. I received an email from their attorney this morning saying, well, you know, that I'll pull up the email right now. One moment. Excuse me, I received it over the weekend. It was late Friday when I received it. I didn't read it till this morning. Was asked the question, can you expand on the justification in light of 11-814J? And 814J states, let me get that up. Whenever such a change in zoning that is initiated by the governing body shall not be made without the express written consent of the property owner. So what they're saying is that we don't have their express written consent to change this. That's their argument, and that we're violating the statute. Our argument or counter argument to that is this is still the same process. It's still the same application. There was one application, it went through planning and zoning. After planning and zoning, it came to this board. The board made a decision. The board then decided to reconsider it, and now we're here. So it's all one process. So this isn't being initiated by the governing body. Whether that's the winning argument, I can't say, but I can say that there is risk, and whether they're correct or whether we would be correct, that's for the court to decide. But we do have concerns, absolutely. There is, after the 30 days have gone by, there's a proposed change here. Certainly there can be, but there's also a risk that we'll receive a lawsuit from one of the persons in the audience here. There's always that risk as well, and so you have to determine that too.
I have no more questions, but we'll talk later.
Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I voted to bring this back for reconsideration because one of the residents there, maybe more than one, made accusations that they hadn't been noticed properly. And I believe that I spoke to you, Mr. Walsh, about that. And that was my concern with the approval of the zoning was the question, did this get noticed properly? And since that time, I've been convinced that not only was it noticed properly, but you redid the notice. So we're double covered there. So my question to you, Mr. Walsh, is if this zoning remains, which it may, does the owner of the property have a certain time limit that they have to do something on that property before it reverts back to the original zoning?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, there are no conditions as far as a time limit on this property. No, there were not any conditions imposed that action must be taken within a certain amount of time, otherwise it would revert.
Okay, so the rezoning that we approved probably did increase the value of that property, especially for this development, but then the development has backed out of the deal, so now the property owner has an investment, and if we remove the zoning, then the value of that property is lost as well. So I think that's where maybe the county attorney's concern is that we've damaged the value of the property that was increased with the zoning. So my next question is,
Decorum in the auditorium, please. Thank you.
it's really hard to have a conversation with all the laughter in the audience, but my question, kind of lost my thought. There you go. But I'll regain it here in just a second. when someone comes for a rezoning such as this, do they have to give a proposal as to what they want the zoning for, or can they just request a zoning, a rezone?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, when an applicant comes in for a rezone, we do work with them to try and understand what their end game is in order to help them make sure that they're selecting the proper zone for what they're proposing to do. But ultimately, an applicant could come in and say, we'd like to rezone this property to C2H, and we would accept that application and work through it. Many times we try and work with them because the commission and the board, it helps in that decision-making, knowing what that end result's gonna be. So we try to get that information, but ultimately it's not required. And what it comes down to, and what we have seen in the past, and I think, you know, it's something that a lot of cities and counties deal with, is when it comes to the application for the rezone, they could paint the prettiest of pictures, but once that zone gets vested, that zoning is vested, any of those allowable uses within that zone can then be applied. So no matter what that pretty picture showed, unless there are specific conditions tying that pretty picture in place, once that zone's approved and vested, any of those allowable uses in that zone could then go forward. So we try and get it, because we provide better service if we know what their end game is, so that we can help them through the process easier. But no, it's not a guarantee of what they're going to end up doing, and it's not a requirement in order to move that zone forward.
Okay, so one of the residents said that they don't want to see anything built there ever, that they want it to stay the way it is now, and Mojave County's growing, and people are coming to Mojave County, and Golden Shores is a beautiful area. It's right next to the marsh, and it's going to grow, and things are going to get built there. So I don't know that this land use ordinance seems to be consistent if we didn't know what the development was going to be that was proposed. Now that's out of the picture, so this property owner wants the rezone kept in place. And I don't know that this board, I guess we could vote to do anything we want, but the legalities, I can see where there's problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Other comments from the board? Supervisor Angus?
There's no other comments.
I'm not seeing any.
Before this rezone, I was in a meeting where Supervisor Gould read off a whole bunch of things that could be used on that property, that can be done on the property. It's not like this, without this, that, you know, there's going to be nothing. There's tons of stuff that could be used. And then the original residential, which it was intended for, in the general plan and everything like that. I just think that this was brought to us with a specific project in mind, and the project, it doesn't seem, again, that's between you and the landowners, but the applicant, as the landowner, came to us with that, and I'm not really sure it would have went through if there wasn't a thing involved. So since we brought it back, and you can only bring it back if you were on the winning side, and that was Supervisor Bishop and myself, and I'm not sure where Supervisor Bishop lands. I'm going to make a motion that we deny the adoption of Board of Supervisor Resolution number 2023-063.
You've heard that motion. Do we have a second? Attorney Esplin, effective of that, would it take it back to the original zoning?
So let me just make sure that I get this correct. Your vote to deny the adoption of this, so yes, it would. It would bring it back to AR, I'm sorry, AR. It would bring it back to AR, agriculture residential, correct? Making sure that.
Director Walsh, do you have something to say?
Chairman Lingenfelter, a denial of this resolution would bring it back to both AR and RE.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You've heard that motion. Do I have a second? Second. You've heard that motion and second. Additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
No.
You guys appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Item number 50. Item number 50 is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. We'd have two speakers for item 50. First, Mark Schmidtke.
Hello, board members. My name is Mark Schmidtke. I live in Golden Valley. I've been a volunteer for Golden Valley Cactus Cleaners for 7 years now. Our volunteer group has cleaned up 784,000 pounds of trash and debris, 42 boats, 4 hot tubs, plus almost 20,000 tires for 530,000 pounds. Grand total of trash and tires, 1,316,000 pounds. Needless to say, we have been trying to get stricter littering and illegal dumping laws in Mojave County since our inception. The problem has got so bad that Supervisor Buster Johnson finally stepped up and invited BLM field manager Jason West to speak and suggest we address the problem at the county level and possibly impose mandatory fines for these offenders. Kudos to both of them. I, for one, believe that kicking an offender hard in the wallet is the only way to address the issue. Hand slapping just doesn't work. I reviewed your proposed updated ordinance and have found some irregularities. It was initially proposed by Supervisor Johnson to make an offender pay a $1,000 minimum fine for the first offense. The offense could be reduced to $500 minimum if the offender cleaned up their mess within a 5-day period. This seemed reasonable to me as the offender still had a substantial fine. Supervisor Johnson also suggested that the person reporting the offense should be the benefactor of the fine amount so as to encourage others to report illegal dumping. This was also an excellent idea. However, the new ordinance as written is unclear. It states that the litter generator, which is the owner of the trash, would be guilty of a Class 1 misdemeanor and subject to a $1,000 fine for the first offense. It states nothing about paying a reward to the person or persons that furnishes the necessary evidence. In addition, the new ordinance states that if the generator fails to remove the trash within the allotted time, that they will be subject to another Class 1 misdemeanor, and it states no monetary fine for that separate offense. To clarify this issue, I believe that the ordinance should be written as Supervisor Johnson initially proposed. A first offense should carry a mandatory $1,000 fine, which, if the offender cleans up the mess within the 5-day period, would be reduced to $500, and that the person providing the evidence of the offense and the offender should be rewarded the $500 fine amount. If the offender is caught and prosecuted a second time, they should be fined the maximum $2,500 fine with no fine reduction for cleaning up their mess unless they provide community service of 50 hours, preferably cleaning up dumped trash. The degree of fine reduction for community service for the second time offender should be no more than $500, and only provided that they, 1, clean up their initial dump site, and 2, provide 50 hours of community service. And once again, the party that provides evidence of the offense and the offender should be rewarded $500. If someone is subsequently caught and prosecuted a third time, I personally believe it should be prosecuted as a felony and should include a substantial fine and jail time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Wayne Hollins.
Wayne Hollins, Golden Valley. I'll make this short because Mark did a pretty good job of covering most everything. I just wanted to make sure that the new ordinance is what was actually passed, or we change it, and so it's all easily understood. I think the first time I talked about doing a increase in the fines was 2017 at a meeting we had with a bunch of everybody upstairs there. So it's been a long time coming. And again, I think when time or money is the thing that people understand and gets their attention the fastest. And so far, a 5-day notice and then I guess a slap on the back and thank them for cleaning it up just ain't working. So definitely want to see some monetary fines against those guys, and also for the people who find it and take the time to report it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Second request, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on item number 50? Third and final request, anyone from the public wishing to speak on item number 50? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing.
What's up, Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esplin, you're the author of this.
Yes, I am.
Are the erase officers right now giving these people 5 days to clean up without being cited and arrested?
I don't know. I don't handle those. I don't.
With what you're writing, because I notice it says in here you put may and give a reward. If we approve this today, people who are found littering, or that we can prove littering, are cited and then given an opportunity to clean up, which they can go to court and say, oh, by the way, Your Honor, I did dump this trash, but I cleaned it up, and then maybe the judge will be nice to them or not, but they still have to go to court. They're arrested. With the ordinance you have, we don't give somebody 5 days to clean it up and go on their merry way and dump trash again?
I guess I'm not following you. So what we give today is we'll give a reward for the, let's see, you may offer and advertise a reward, providing the primary information that is directly attributable to the arrest and successful conviction. So there must be an arrest and a successful conviction of the individual responsible for illegal dumping. Then we could provide the reward. And if you, let me get a little bit of background of this so that, and perhaps this could help. The reason why we brought this back was twofold. One, just reviewing it after it was voted for previously, it looked like there was an error in the just the dates for the notices. And so we thought, well, we need to fix that up. There wasn't enough days given in order to give proper notice for the ordinance. So we cleaned that up. We made sure that we get proper notice. And the second one was, it wasn't clear from what was voted upon if that was put into the ordinance. And so really this was to clean it up, make it organized, say this is what you want, and so on. If you want to add additional stuff to that, by all means, go for it and add it, and we can add it in there. If you don't think that's strong enough, that language, we can add it in here, and I can make sure that it's included on the final version that is recorded and adopted by the board.
Well, I'm pretty sure the board voted that they wanted no more free rides. You know, if we catch somebody out there dumping, we just don't let them clean up that dump site and then dump again because they got no punishment. I think we wanted the $500, or the fine to be going to them, and we wanted the people to be rewarded for turning them in. Now, unfortunately, I think we've only paid out one person so far. I might have to raise the amount to get people to start doing this, but
I don't think it's raising the amount, Supervisor Johnson. Thank you. I think what it is it has to have a conviction. I think the complaints that I've heard is that it's not leading to a conviction, or they're not the primary person or something. That's what I've heard complaints about, that they're not getting the rewards for that.
it seems pretty easy to me that because in my former life, I arrested people for littering. And at that time, I made them clean it up and then gave them a citation when it was $687. These people were highly upset with me. But when I asked them, they said they would never litter again. So I don't see how, if somebody observes somebody dumping trash, I don't know how the board feels. I mean, and if for some reason the court lets them loose, I don't know, I have a hard problem with it. I don't know if how the board feels. I don't want to see people wasting their time if the courts are being way too lenient on them, you know, with, I don't understand that. Maybe somebody from a race is here to tell us what they do at court.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Johnson. Todd Davison, our race coordinator, is not with us right now, but as alluded to by Attorney Espelin, it has always been the reward being driven by a conviction. And that was primarily lending to, you know, having some, you know, third party, you know, confirmation that in fact the person that was accused, there was considerable evidence that was, you know, convincing that, you know, could substantiate that that person who was charged was in fact the litter generator. And so we always relied on that, I guess, to possibly consider some sort of intermediate type of recognition, perhaps if the litter generator, you know, if they were in fact charged and made some sort of admittance that they are indeed the litter generator, that would work for us as well. I guess we would kindly ask the board to consider still having some level of language in that ordinance that would, you know, allow a reasonable person to determine that if a member of the public, and, you know, all well-intentioned, you know, we certainly welcome those from the public to step forward and report litter generators, but if that person from the public came in and reported the litter generator, that we at least have some sort of language in the ordinance that would lend to having some sort of confirmation that that litter generator, either by his or her own admittance, or as we have currently by a successful conviction, that that was indeed the litter generator. I think you know what I'm referring to, that just to, you know, avoid any, you know, payments of, you know, potential, you know, false accusations.
Yeah, this is probably not the place to argue that. I guess maybe what we'll ask for is a report on how many convictions we're getting in court. Because maybe we're getting convictions in court, but people aren't turning them in. Maybe that's, you probably don't know because Davison's not here, how many people have even applied.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Johnson, I don't have that, but I must attest that Officer Davison and our race officers in general do keep, you know, running tabs on, you know, their cases that do go to court. So I trust that anything that entails a successful conviction, our people will know about it.
All right, well, the hour's getting late, but the other question I would have wouldn't be of you, Mr. Lutowski, but the county attorney, environmental rural cleanup enforcement may offer and advertise a reward. I thought there's no may with this reward.
So, I mean, I pulled up the action agenda from when it was decided in 2022. What was approved to add a minimum penalty of $500 for a dump site or trash that is left, then a minimum penalty of $1,000 or a minimum violation of $1,000 for first-time offense and prosecution, and leave the language of the opportunity to clean up in 5 days, adding to the current ordinance to provide the $500 reward for successful cleanups. Is that where they meant shall, that last sentence? I don't know.
Yeah, we had a problem with it before, so we said we want them to have $500 reward for turning it in. And it can be with successful prosecution. I'm guessing everybody's okay with that, but
I think
may.
I imagine that they give it to them if they meet the criteria. I can't imagine that a race would say no.
And should we change the may to, am I looking at the wrong one?
No, you're right. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. It gives them discretion. We can change it to shall. I can do that. That's not a problem.
And I would make a motion to accept these changes with substitution of shall for may and G. That'll move it on.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second.
Mr. Chairman,
Discussion?
I do not like Section F. I didn't like Section F when we passed this the first time because you're criminalizing an agreement between a landlord and his tenant. that criminal action could end up putting the landlord in jail for 6 months as a Class 1 misdemeanor. The state statute allows that agreement of who shall provide trash service to be set out in the rental agreement between the tenant and the landlord. And we're injecting ourselves into that. And I would feel better if that were not in there.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, with the support of the person with the second, I would amend my motion to include the striking of letter F.
Thank you, Supervisor.
I'll withdraw my first second and second the new motion.
We have an amended motion and a second. Do we have additional discussion?
Chairman Lingenfelter,
Director Walsh.
If I might just jump in on that, I believe, and I apologize, I'm not up to speed on this one. I've been working on all the other ones, but I believe Section F was added not too long ago. And just to bring to the board's attention some history on it, Section F basically was brought in, I believe that was an initiative led by Supervisor Watson at the time. And the reasoning behind it at the time was a lot of, that gave us the opportunity to ensure that there was trash service being provided at the properties. One of the issues that we run into with zoning and the accumulation of junk and debris is that there's no trash service being provided to that site. So this basically forced that onto the lessor to ensure that there was trash service on that site, and thus facilitate the accumulation of junk and debris being hauled off of the property. So I just wanted to share that was my recollection. Thank you, Steve. My recollection of when that was added to it was due to the overwhelming issue that we have of this accumulation of junk and debris on some of these rented properties. So just wanted to share that for the board's information.
Thanks for sharing, Tim.
Any other discussion? You've heard that motion in second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Public hearing will be opened on item number 51. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 51? Second call. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 51? Third and final call. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 51? I'll close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
For that motion and second, any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Open the public hearing on item number 52. We have one speaker. Ophelia Sanchez? Also Alejandro Gutierrez. You guys are coming up together. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Alejandro Gutierrez and my wife's name is Ofelia Sanchez.
Could you please speak just a little bit louder into the microphone? Thank you so much.
Yes, sorry. Yes, my name is Alejandro Gutierrez and my wife's name is Ofelia Sanchez, and we live at the 317-32-3A11 and 317, 32, 312A on the CH2 highway, and now we apply for rezoning of our zone for storage for commercial zone. And we want to see the answer or the results or our application.
Chairman Lingenfelter.
Supervisor Bishop,
This is in my district, and I see no reason why we should not approve this, so I will make a motion that we approve resolution number.
I believe item 52 is a public hearing. And we have to close the public hearing before we can move forward with the item. Thank you very much. Unless you have more, you have 3 minutes total.
We appreciate it and say thank you to everybody to give
Thank
the
you both.
opportunity.
Thank you both. I know you've been waiting a long time to speak. So I'm gonna ask second call to the public. Is there anyone wishing to speak on item number 52? Is there call number 3? Any citizens wishing to speak on item number 52? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Supervisor Bishop.
Okay, ditto. I make a motion that we approve resolution number 2023-092.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? You guys appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Regular agenda, item 54, Supervisor Johnson.
I put this on the agenda. We had the board had discussed getting the updates on those procurement reports, and then it was on an agenda, and then it was gone. So I thought maybe we'd make it a rule if that's what the other board members want. And the reason I like it is, besides being able to see it, but it does me no good if Supervisor Angus calls and says, hey, I have a question on, whatever this procurement is, and the rest of us don't know about it because maybe 4 of us have a question on it, but we're not taking any action because of the story we get from procurement. So that was why I put it on.
I've got a question for Supervisor Johnson and perhaps also for Manager Elters. Every transaction that appears on the monthly procurement report is a transaction that is below certain thresholds. They don't require formal board approval. They've already been a lot of times closed out in some cases. And so I've wondered, rather than have this as an agenda item on our board, agenda every other week, just what about another tab on the procurement department? What about a report that would just go from the county manager's office to the board members? And that way, if we go through those and we flag something that we have questions about, we could call you up, or we could call procurement up. Either way is fine by me. It's just another thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. I do believe Tara is prepared to answer that question and any other question you may have, and then receive direction at the end of the day, whichever direction the board would like to go with it. So really, if for no other reason other than to give her a chance to respond since she's prepared for it,
Sure.
if that's okay with you.
Director Acton, good afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Supervisor Johnson. So yes, everything that's on this report is based on purchase orders of a value of less than $50,000. Sometimes these are projects that were formally awarded and it's a carryover amount, or it might be a requirements contract that we anticipate will go over $50,000 total cumulative spend, but we're awarding projects. But I think the heart of your question is anything that I report on is either being purchased based on the board previously approving the contract or under my delegated authority as the procurement director. So the reports that I'm working on right now through March of 2022 would be $50,000 to $10,000. And then my expectation will be, starting with the monthly reports for April and beyond, it would probably be $10,000 to $100,000 or whatever the board directs us to do. But anything that's on this report was either previously approved by the board or has been given, I've been given the authority to make those approvals. Anytime that in situations where because of timing or because of an urgent situation, I act outside of my authority, we formally ratify that before the board. So if we had to amend a contract prior to a board meeting, I would work with the county manager, we would go through that process, and then we would immediately ratify it to the board and say, we made this decision outside of the procurement director's delegated authority for these reasons, and we're asking the board to approve after the fact. But anything that's on these reports was either previously board approved or within my authority.
Thank you. Any questions? Did you have a comment, Manager Elders?
Just a suggestion that may be a reasonable one to continue with. We can provide those reports directly to the supervisors. And if we get inquiries on any particular item, we can respond to all board members as well to address Supervisor Johnson's comment related to if one board member asks question, how do the rest of the board members who may have similar question know? So, you know, the intent is to keep the board informed, and we don't hide anything. As you heard, these are actions usually that are either pre-approved by the board or the board has considered and given authority to the procurement manager to act on. So we want to keep you informed. If that is acceptable, we'll do it that way. If not, tell us what to do. And if the intent is to go back to what we were doing, we can. It's truly a lot of additional work, but it's items that have already been in front of the board, or again, the board authorized the procurement manager to act on.
Thank you, Manager Elders. It's a pleasure of the board.
Motion to approve.
You've heard that motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? No. Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Item number 55, Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you. I bring this to you today because we have these 3 new projects coming into Mojave County. 2 of them are in my districts. And I think we all understand that, you know, as the world grows, that we're going to have to need to share the transmission of various types of energy, including renewable energy, such as these solar projects. But I have been doing some research, and I am wanting to make a statement that I'm strongly opposed to these solar projects on our multi-purpose public lands. I think they should be on private lands, if anything, and that way the Board of Supervisors has some control and some input. These mega solar projects are sucking up our water resources, and they're stripping the land of vegetation and chasing off the wildlife. I just think there's other solutions that can be done, such as nuclear or projects that might be more conducive to Mojave County. These are coming in all over the nation, and the BLM is being encouraged to bring these solar plants in, and it takes away our public lands for 30 years during their lease, and it takes away from any grazing that ranchers may have on their allotments. So I'm strongly opposed to these solar farms coming in, and wind farms for that matter, on public lands. So with the help of Development Services, we have written a resolution and a letter of opposition to put on the public record to send in to BLM.
Other comments?
Chairman Lingenfelter, if I
Yes,
could, I wanted to just provide this to the supervisors for your information. On Friday afternoon, I received a phone call from NRG's attorney, and they asked that this discussion be continued until the August 7th meeting. I told them I wouldn't make any promises or anything, but that I would relay that information to you, so I am doing that. They also provided a follow-up letter after our conversation, which I've forwarded to the board. They sent it late Friday evening, around after 8 p.m., so I didn't get it till Monday morning, but I forwarded it to you, so you have that. I just wanted to give that information to you, that they are requesting that reschedule this to that first meeting in August, so that they can have an opportunity to speak and present their position on the issues.
Thank you. You're not signed up, but I'll allow it. Go ahead, come on down. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, you did, excuse me. All right, we do have a few speakers. My apologies to everybody. What's your name?
Lynn Robinson.
You're top of the pile here, Mr. Robinson, go ahead.
I represent the Leo Solar Project, and we again appreciate the opportunity to address the board. We would ask that we would be continued also to the August meeting to allow Leo Solar to come make a presentation, answer any questions, have a discussion, and resolve any issues that the board may have. So it's a polite request for a delay or a postponement until the August meeting.
Thank you, sir. Are you prepared to answer any questions today or no?
Just general questions.
Well, I'm glad you're here because I sat in the last virtual meeting and listened to the project representatives. This project, for those that don't know, is located along the Colorado River, correct?
No, that's not correct. It's in
Close
the
proximity to the...
Pardon?
The Leo Solar is located in close proximity to the Colorado River, is that
No,
correct?
sir. It's several miles east of the Colorado River. It's along the transmission corridor in the South Mojave Valley, southeast part of the valley.
Okay.
So it's a considerable distance from the river.
Got it. The map that was shown, you know, I saw where the river was, but I didn't have a spatial, you know, I didn't know how many miles it was. But what struck me and what I asked on that project, because of everything that Mojave County is doing right now, battling people from the outside coming in and pillaging our finite water resources, I asked, how much water do you think that the Leo Solar over the 30-year life would consume? And the number was, they thought about 98 million acre foot of water would be consumed over a 30-year project life. They did not know at this point in time where that water would come from, that they were going to, similar to others from outside of the area, come in and look at, you know, where they can get water in that area.
Right. It's a good question.
Allocations.
A good question, and it's appropriate that we address that. The number of 98 million was incorrect. And so that's why they asked me to step up and ask for a delay or postponement so they could address the water issue correctly.
Thank you, sir. If anybody else has any questions about that project, we'll call you back up. Gary Kirchner?
Thank you, Chairman and Supervisor Gene Bishop, especially for this thing. My name is Gary Kirchner. I live in the Sohai District of Golden Valley. I think a lot of things today, this is interesting, my first time here to watch a whole day to address this one issue. But I see a reoccurring theme, and it's all about rural quality for us that live here and chose our homes here. I've been here for 15 years. And we came here, and a lot of my neighbors that have asked me to come and see what's up is all about our rural quality. And we're not looking for rock concert venues inside of and big. We would live in those places. We would live in Phoenix. We would live in Bullhead. Even is a good spot for us. But there's a lot of us. I heard mentioned Golden Shores and such. I got a little bit off there right there, but as far as this solar project goes, I'm in support of this Gene Bishop's resolution here to put this. We'd like to have control. We'd like to have you have a say-so, not just this big corporation behind me over here come in here and through the BLM federal governments to dictate my quality of life. A lot of considerations for our quality of life is environmental. When we put up these solar panels, that's all a wash area that I know where he's talking about, even though the map might have said, you know, on the river, it's not. It's right across from Mineral Park and the 11,000 acres out there of BLM land. You put solar panels there, what about all the runoff? It was mentioned today that we don't capture the water as it is. So now we're going to take away all our vegetation to put in solar plants for another state or energy's going somewhere else. It's a quality of life that I'm striving for here. I have personally collected 5 Gila monsters outside the Mineral Park area. That's an endangered species. And I think we really need to look at the impact. A lot of people drive by the desert and they go, oh, it's just a bunch of dirt out there. And it's not. I have deer, I have migration deers, I have Gila monsters, I have other endangered species on this area, and all this needs to be considered over and above this land grab from the BLM that wants to make our rural areas into, places that we didn't come here and invest in. And there's a lot of people, we're paying, we were talking about taxes, property taxes earlier. Well, they've gone up, believe me. I think my property assessed values almost doubled in the last 4 years. So that should be a tax revenue thing, but people are coming here. My neighbors that I talk to coming here from California and other states, they're coming here because of the rural quality of life. And if we start throwing down industrial complexes in all these places, or revenues, or big money generating companies over here, I think we're going to lose that, and people are just going to move on to some other place. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you.
Thank you, sir. Philip Robinson. Philip Robinson. Wayne Hollins.
Wayne Hollins, Golden Valley. I also sat in on 2 Zoom meetings actually on with the BLM. One of them was about their new rules thing, which said they wasn't going to take property away from, say, the cattle grazers and give it to the solar people and what have you. And then on the next one, a few days later, it seemed like they forgot that already. So I don't want to speak on for or against. I think they're here to stay for a while anyway. So what we can do is control how they're installed. If we're going to be stuck with them, we should not be planting them as a monocrop and only having solar power there. We can still raise those panels up, collect the rainwater. We can improve the soil so the water will infiltrate underneath those panels instead of running off and causing flooding like some are worried about. But again, we have to actually do something and make that a requirement. On that 4,000 acres that they want to put out by Solhi, that's inch of rain, 333 acre feet for every inch of rain they get. The same without them or with them. But if we only make that where we're producing electricity, they'll actually make more electricity if you grow plants underneath them and the water that transpires through them condenses on the solar panel, falls back and waters the plants underneath there and cool the panels, and the panels can produce like up to 10% more electricity if they're cooler. So if we're going to do something, why don't we maximize the benefit and make it more of a benefit than just an ugly old thing sitting out there in the desert, which most of them have been at this point. That's how they've been installed. We can still graze underneath them, we can grow crops underneath them and use that 333 acre feet for every inch of rain that we get. But again, we got to make it happen. We can't rely on them to do it because they said they're not going to do agrivoltaics. Well, that's the reason why you don't plant one crop of things out there and make a monocrop. You only got one income. You can have 4 or 5 incomes off that same piece of property if you do it right. And they can still have all the electricity that they're trying to produce. Might cost them a little bit more to install them, but there's got to be a cost somewhere for somebody. So spend it in the beginning, because once they get installed, you're stuck with how they did it. So we need to control that, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Emmett Sturgill. Mike Ganucio, you're on deck. Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk to you. I brought this issue to Supervisor Bishop. Let me introduce myself. Emmett Sturgill. I'm a public lands rancher. My wife and I have a cattle ranch north of Kingman. And I'm also the public lands representative for Arizona to the National PLC. This is an issue that we're dealing with all over the United States. It's not just in Mojave County, not just in Arizona. It's a serious issue. It's affecting a lot of agriculture. Agriculture in Mojave County is a very big part of the budget in Mojave County. And there's 100 different reasons that I'm not gonna go into because this is late and there's other people wanting to speak. But BLM land is supposed to be multiple use land. If you put those solar panels on it, it's not gonna be multiple use, it's gonna be single use. They're putting ranchers out of business. When us ranchers, we pay taxes. I know my own ranch, I put several $100,000 a year back into the economy in Mojave County, and the other ranchers who own the ranches that these projects are proposed on do the same thing. We have people hired, we pay those employees, they spend their money. So there's a lot of income generated to Mojave County for Mojave County. And when you allow them to put their solar projects on public land, you lose all that. There is a lot of private land in Mojave County that would be very well suitable for a solar project. And I would entertain that maybe I'll be happy to take some people out and show them some private land. I know the people that own the private land want to sell it, and they would enjoy the opportunity to be able to sell that land to someone who's trying to make, and these people are making money. These are big corporations making money, being reimbursed, and it's Joe Biden that's doing this. And I'm going to shut up now, but because there's two other people going to speak behind me. I have emailed every one of you all of the information. You all have all of the information that we use, the public lands policy nationwide on solar panels. Mike Ganuccio is the president of the Arizona Cattle Growers Association. He's going to give you the cattle growers' position on that as well. And then the rancher, one of the ranchers, is here to speak to. Please, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mike Ganuccio.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me today. It's hard to give a good speech after getting behind Emmett. I'm a local resident in Mojave County, 23 years. I'm also a local rancher here. And I am president of Arizona Cattle Growers Association, and we're fighting this all over the state. We proposed a bill that didn't pass, and hopefully next year we'll get another bill to pass to try and help some of these ranchers. A lot of things that aren't talked about with this, and I'll try to skip everything that Emmett brought up, was, you know, keep in mind you want to be a rancher, it's your life's dream. And you spend $500,000, and this is a low number. Ranchers spend millions of dollars for ranches, but you spend $500,000 on a ranch for a solar company to go up and say, I want to buy that ranch at the end of their lease in 2 years, and they get paid back infrastructure, which might be as much as $40,000, but they still have a $500,000 investment into a ranch that they get kicked off of in two years, and they're out, and they're broke. These solar companies do not put any money back into our communities. They don't pay taxes. It's all federal money pushed by the Biden administration that leaves them with no recourse for our lands. And when you kick the ranchers off, you kick off all your taxpayers and the people that care about the lands, that keep the lands as a multi-use area, that keeps it open for you, your neighbors, your hunters. We love it when people go up there. They help keep the grounds clean. But when you cover it in solar panels, it's fenced off. No one's allowed in there anymore. They're taking all our water, and nothing's going to grow. You might get a few shrubs here and there, but nothing grows in a solar patch. And then we're stuck with it for 30 years. And then however long after that, till it heals back up, if we can get our ground back, which still won't be any good for grazing. So anyway, I won't take up your time. It's been a long day. I'm gonna step down with my time and let the next person come up. I appreciate your time and have a good day.
Thank you, sir. I've got one more signed up speaker, and then I'll bring you up, sir. Jennifer Esposito.
Jennifer Esposito, what do you know? Wilma and I finally found something we could agree on. When I had my newspaper in La Paz County, I not only wrote an off-the-grid column, but I was very into researching these massive solar projects because a company called Solar Reserve was trying to come into La Paz County and do a big project. These things are not clean. They're not green, they're not viable, they're not recyclable, they are an absolute blight on the landscape. This should be multi-use. The land belongs to the people. A few years back, the legislature passed a bill to reclaim public lands in Arizona from the federal government to the state, and Governor Ducey vetoed that bill. I hope that at some point in the future, we would have that opportunity again, because Mojave County deserves the right to have the people use this land for whatever variety of uses is available to them. We need to support our ranchers. At the end of the day, we need to eat. I don't know about anybody else, but there's nothing I like better than a big, juicy steak. And, you know, it is important to support anybody who is providing food to people in these current economic times. I more trust a cow that Ganusio raised than one that I would buy from the supermarket that's probably been on GMO Monsanto feed and God only knows what pesticides and herbicides and whatnot. You know, it is an area up in so high where the Gila monsters are. And they're so cute, and they don't bother anybody. But once you've done this, you can't undo it. And you know, I think that the board needs to take a stand. I don't think they need to table this and move on. You know, if you let the federal government get away with things, it's like once the camel's nose is under the tent, all bets are off. If you don't take a stand against the federal government on this today, what's it going to be in a month from now or in a year from now? I use solar. I have no problem with it. I understand its limitations and what a dirty little thing it is, but I also appreciate not having to hook up my Golden Valley property to the grid. But it's also a pain in my ass, if you'll pardon my language. It's just not the most efficient thing. It has its pros, it has its cons. But the thing that has to be remembered is these projects usually don't benefit Arizona. The power is tied into the grid and it's usually exported to California. So we take all of the burden and all of the harm and we get literally nothing in return. So I urge you not to table this. Just take a stand today for the people of Mojave County and the people of Arizona and tell the federal government to get the hell out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, I recognize you. Come to the podium, please. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Tex Carter. I live in Golden Valley. I own the allotment that they want to put the proposed Mineral Park solar on. Just a little bit of story about, you know, us and our family, our lifestyle in the ranching community. We bought this place about 4 years ago, early 2019. A lot of work on it, fixing fences, waters, buying cattle, fixing up the house. We truly love it. I don't know if you guys have ever been out there. Our house is situated in the old town of Surbat, the first town in Mojave County. The old cemetery is still there. The remnants of the old post office is still there. We're a house situated right in the bottom of that canyon. This proposed solar wants to come up within 200 yards of our house. There's another gentleman that has 10 acres just inside our allotment. They're going to pretty much surround him. It's going to take 50% of our allotment. Something we've worked hard for. We've saved up pretty much all of our lives to have this. My wife's from a ranching background. Grandfather had a ranch in southern Utah, so we've saved up for this. And we want to keep it. We don't want to lose it. We don't want somebody to buy us out. We want to keep it. It's something for our kids, our grandkids, something that we really enjoy. We're passionate about it. We love the wildlife that's there, everything. I mean, the BLM ought to love us because we're the guys out there taking care of it. And Fish and Game too, they help us out with water and different projects, but it's just something that we want to fight for, and we have you guys' support on being able to keep this for our future, our children's future, our grandchildren's future, and it's a lifestyle. It isn't a big ranch, but it's something we love and we enjoy, and we want to keep it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Martin, approach the podium. State your name once again, just for the record. Thank you.
Don Merton. I live in District 4. I've been in Mojave County since 1972, with some of the people that were here that weren't even born then. So I've had the benefit of looking and living in this area and seeing what's happening in Mojave County. One thing, and like many of you, I listened in on that Zoom meeting, and I was upset. I sent a bunch of questions in, never got them answered, still haven't got them answered. One answer I did get was I asked the folks from Leo, how many solar panels are going to be on the Mojave Valley one? They sent back 1.5 million panels just in Mojave Valley. So let's think about Mineral Park, let's think about White Hills, and let's just be conservative and say, oh, it's about the same. So we're looking at millions of those panels out there. And as other people have talked about, you know, it's a visual impairment, it's a quality of life issue. There's just a myriad of issues. But I have another issue that I want to bring up. I'm a conservationist and I'm damn proud of it. I love wildlife, I love habitat, and I've worked my life making sure that wildlife and habitats are out there for our kids and our grandkids. And when I see something like this, when the BLM changes policy because of that president from multiple use to single use, no, can't happen. You're the first level of defense that we got about this. And I think I'm speaking to the choir. I hope to God I'm speaking to the choir, that you folks are going to be as upset about this as me and I think a lot of other citizens are going to be. And I'll just close with this. One of our former presidents, Teddy Roosevelt, made a statement about wildlife and habitat. And he said, wildlife and habitat have no voices. Therefore, it is up to us to speak for them. And I, for one, by God, am going to speak for them and oppose this thing every way I can. And thank you, Gene, for bringing this up and taking a position on it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, are you looking to speak as well? Okay, approach the podium and state your name for the record, please. Thank you.
My name's Lisa Carter. I own the Pine Springs allotment. My husband's tech that spoke. First, I want to, Chairman Lingenfelder and Supervisor Bishop, thank you for bringing this forward and putting this on the meeting agenda today. One thing I want to ask is you don't table this today. The denial period to submit this to the BLM ends on June 19th. So I think Mojave County needs to make a strong statement of protecting our multi-use lands, since it's obvious that our government and BLM, who are the conservatories of our public use lands, are not doing that and trying to change it to multi-use lands. So it leaves it to us to protect our multi-use lands for recreation, hunting, grazing, that provides a huge economic status for this for Mojave County. Many issues with this solar field at Mineral Park. Golden Valley is going to be affected big time. Our wildlife is going to be affected, vegetation, and our water usage. There's going to be dust issues along the Highway 93 that no one has brought up with this going in. So I ask you today to please make a stand, make a decision today, because our denial period for this is June 19th. And once the variance process is approved, we're going to have a lot harder time being able to reverse that than to start now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. For reference, I asked the Development Services folks to map out how many acres the solar is if you're coming in from Bullhead Laughlin and on Interstate 11 over in Nevada by Boulder City, and altogether, all that solar is just over 9,000 acres. So these three projects, and you can imagine if you've been through there how much solar that is. It's a lot of solar. These three projects combined are 12,000 acres. So it would be even more than all of that solar that you see when you're driving to Vegas, more than that, just to put it in perspective. And it does scrape the land clean. I was through there just recently, and even today, if you stop on Interstate 11 and you take photos, the land that they scraped, there's nothing growing under those solar panels. I think it's pretty ugly, and the water does concern me, especially in Mojave Valley area. So I think we have a motion, or do you need to make a motion?
Actually, I wanted to call attention to another letter that came to me from Brenda Stockbridge.
Thank you.
Her parents, or her father and brother, owned the Quail Springs Ranch out in the Dolan Springs area. And she wrote a pretty in-depth letter stating a lot of authorities and information. But basically, her concerns included the topographical incompatibility of the proposed sites. Her letter says specifically the Mineral Park and White Hills solar projects will be on an incline, stating not level terrain. Local summer rains notoriously dump millions of gallons of water in higher elevations, quickly overwhelming lower ground with tons of runoff. She goes on to say the White Hills project will only be a few miles from the Colorado River with similar topography and weather. She also mentions the impact of the soil disturbance and the dust on the health of local residents, and cites cases of valley fever and asthma that thousands of people will be affected that already have health conditions. So I just wanted to let Brenda know that I did get her email and kind of condensed it quite a bit for her, but I'll see if I can get copies to the rest of the board members. And in agreement with several that have spoke, I don't think this should be continued. I think I would like to get this resolution, if the board passes it, on to the BLM before that deadline of June the 19th. And I know if the variance passes, there'll be many, many more steps and more opportunity for public comment, but I'd like to get Mojave County on the record right from the get-go.
Thank you.
So I'll make a motion that we approve Board of Supervisors Resolution 2023-099 with the addition of adding the other Leo Solar project in the resolution where, so that we're bringing attention to all three projects.
Thank you, Supervisor. You've heard that motion. Do we have a second? You've heard that motion and second. Additional discussion? I just want to say thank you to Supervisor Bishop for bringing this forward. The federal government needs to stop bulldozing our desert. And I'm sorry, you're not going to convince me that it's going to do one darn thing to lower global temperature. All this solar stuff. Most of these panels are made in China anyways. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. We are adjourned.